Supervisor Lawson-Remer and I will present the first proclamation honoring David Garcia. Local 221's president will retire after 9 years as the SEIU Local 221 president and an impressive 34-year career as a union member. David has been a remarkable leader for the members of our local community. He has fought tirelessly for the members that he has represented, and he has contributed greatly to our region and our community. After serving our country in the United States Army, David started his first union job as a code enforcement officer at UCSD in 1987. In 2002, he became a code enforcement officer for the city of Imperial Beach. In 2012, David became SEIU Local 221 president, representing over 13,000 employees in multiple cities, school districts, Head Start programs, and of course, representing thousands of county employees who allow us to serve every single day and who really, they are the county. When we talk about what we do and how we do in programs, it is people that implement it and drive it. David has been a true leader from the Fight for 15 to Full Voter Participation Act. Our local here has played a significant role in fighting not only for workers, but for all San Diego families. A missing point that often gets lost in the pursuits and aims of the labor movement is that so much of what they fight for benefits every single member of society, whether we're talking about a 40-hour work week, an 8-hour day, minimum wage, overtime protections. It benefits everyone who is there. David recognized the importance of labor and community partnerships, moving locally to organize for better working conditions, along with bringing in community groups to talk about issues of racial justice and equity. David was instrumental in developing and strengthening relationships that would form the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition, a vital organization that has brought about significant change, not just on the Board of Supervisors, but throughout San Diego County. In addition, SEIU Local 221 was a lead partner in the San Diego Rapid Response Network, which has been a critical leader in support of immigrants and migrant families in the San Diego border region. It was also a number of years ago that I reached out to David because of his position, his relationships in the community, and his military service, and asked him to join our effort around fighting to bring back deported veterans. And standing with David Garcia and others, we launched the Honorably Discharged, Dishonorably Deported campaign. That campaign and that coalition drove legislative changes, secured pardons, and actually brought veterans home. That effort and really focused work that we did around that is a part of why the Biden administration recently changed the federal government's posture surrounding deported vets, and we are finally seeing the progress we need, and that's just one of many programs David Garcia has been a part of and had a significant impact. So many of the partnerships and work that has been done with David, with SEIU Local 221, with Invest in San Diego Families have been central to the foundational changes we see happening here today. The Office of Labor Standards, the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, the efforts around increasing our investment, both in county workers, but in programs that serve the community. And so, David, we will miss you tremendously. But please know how much we appreciate how much you have done for our country and our community. And I think you can leave your post where it is today knowing that you've made a significant, transformative difference that will benefit your members in the entire San Diego County for decades and decades to come. I'll now turn it over to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, and then we'll hear from David.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. It is my pleasure to recognize one of our outstanding leaders in our community who has been fighting for working families for so long. David is more than the president of SEIU 221 and an executive board member of SEIU International. He's an Army veteran, a father, and a pillar of our community. Through his leadership, 221 has pushed for a more just San Diego for all workers and their families. His voice has made space for the tough conversations we need that can lead to systemic change. As this part of his life comes to a close, we continue to feel the impact of his work. His legacy will carry on and I look forward to continuing to further the work he has successfully completed and driven over the course of his career. David, thank you for your years of leadership and your commitment to working families. We are in a better position because of leaders like you who have paved the way to a better livelihood for staff and those we serve in our region. Onward, good friend. On behalf of all the members of San Diego County Board of Supervisors, I hereby declare this day to be David Garcia's Day.
Buenos días. Let me have you sit. Perfect. Take a step forward, please. One. There you go. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
But before we hear from David, I wanted to ask our CAO if she would like to make any comments, having worked with David so much over the years.
David's my best friend. Actually, David has been wonderful to work with. I have, yes, we have been on the opposite sides of the table many times, but we always had a good rapport with one another and great deal of respect. I will tell you, you have been served well by this man. He has fought very hard for you, and he's twisted my arm a lot. I know he tried to break it a few times, but anyway, David, I will miss you, but I know you leave the chapter just incredibly strong. You have been an amazing leader, so thank you very much for your support and your friendship.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Just a couple, I mean, it's been a pleasure serving all the members of SEIU and San Diego. And I just really feel like I'm leaving it in a great place. So thank you very much, and thank you for this. So thank you.
Congratulations. The next item on the order of business is the report of actions taken yesterday in closed session. I'll ask County Council to report those actions.
Thank you. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session on July 13th, 2021, starting at 4:38 p.m. and adjourning at 5:41 p.m. The board took the following reportable actions. Item 37A, anticipated litigation, RE Maria Victoria. With all 5 board members voting aye, authorize County Council to settle this lawsuit involving an automobile accident between a vehicle driven by a sheriff's deputy and a vehicle driven by Ms. Victoria for $45,000. Item 37C, Brianna Martinez, v. County of San Diego, et al. With all 5 board members voting aye, authorize County Council to settle this lawsuit alleging that a former sheriff's deputy verbally harassed an inmate who was being driven to a doctor's appointment for $65,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is non-agendized public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters within our jurisdiction but are not on today's agenda. The only action the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. 2 reminders, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation will get twice the allotted time to allow for their comments to be translated. And second, every member who speaks will be afforded 2 minutes of uninterrupted speaking time. And we ask members of the public to not interrupt people during their time when they're speaking. At this point, I'll ask the clerk to call forward the public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 26 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 10 in person, 16 by phone. For those that requested to speak via phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will begin with the in-person speakers. I'll be calling you in groups of 5. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You may come forward in any order. I'd like to invite forward Sharon McKeeman, Chris Darling, Audra Morgan, Shea Lanero, and Coral Varela. I'll ask each speaker to please state their name for the audio record.
My name's Sharon McKeeman, and I'm with Let Them Breathe. Supervisor Desmond, thank you for coming to our Smile Fest this weekend. You came indoors and you had a great time with our children. You saw their smiles, you saw their letters to Governor Newsom, and then you came yesterday and you stood up for our kids. And there were parents at home that after a year of feeling alone and seeing how our kids are suffering, they were so thankful to see you standing up, and they thought that something might change. And instead, this Board of Supervisors, except for Supervisor Anderson, voted against our children. You voted to keep our children's smiles covered. You voted to keep them suffering. And I want to tell you, I heard talk about the collective good. I am here for our children's good. My son almost didn't make it through the past year. He almost didn't live through the past year, and it wasn't due to COVID, it was due to the closures. And then he stopped going to school for months because he couldn't handle everyone being masked. If you're not going to listen to us parents, then please listen to the children. Bowen says the masks are soggy and they're snotty. Brady says he feels like he can't breathe. My other son, who has a medical exemption, has said that he's not going to go back to school if he's the only one with a mask on because he wants to see his friends' smiles. This was your opportunity to do something. This was your opportunity to speak for our kids, and your actions matter. In this room, everyone is unmasked, and we're safe. We're okay. Our kids need the same thing. They need to be able to go back to normal. If we can all be here and we can speak to each other without our words muffled and be able to see each other's facial expressions, our kids need that same thing. Please listen to the children. We should be sacrificing for them. We should never ask for them to sacrifice for us. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Audra Morgan. We need you to recognize natural immunity. This is lacking when natural immunity lasts a lifetime. And immunity from the shots is already in question when you need a booster, and it's only been 6 months after 2 shots. They aren't doing risk mitigation, data safety, or human ethics. This is malfeasance. CMS says numbers are tenfold what they are reporting on VAERS. It's 90,000 deaths. CDC and CMS whistleblowers have come out against this bioterrorism. This is propagandized by bioterrorism by injection, pushed by the media. We have a 1% chance of getting COVID. The vaccines won't do anything if the risk reduction is 1%. Lower the PCR thresholds and the cases drop, and so it looks like the vaccines work. The payload is in the boosters, so that's something that we have to be concerned about because they layer these shots. HIV and Ebola are in HIV is in this virus and the shots, and Ebola and those things are man-made. They're bioterrorism weapons. You're afraid of COVID, but why won't you stop gain of function in the U.S.? There's a lab about to open in Manhattan, Kansas, and there's 11 of them already in the U.S., and they got COVID from here, from Dr. Fauci, and took it to Wuhan. You push an EUA on a vax when it's been untested and can't detect infection with a PCR. It's DNA collection. 37 cycles leads to 97% false positive rate. There are 4 code sites to HIV in these shots. I have a myocarditis and pericarditis study that I just was handed to you that you need to look at because children are dying after 2 shots. You have to mitigate this because this is a problem, and if you aren't going to mitigate it, then somebody needs to because these people are dying from these shots. So please do something.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Marta Lanero. This is Shay Lanero. He's an incoming third grader at Our Lady of Grace in El Cajon. And we understand that it was voted for the mask mandate to continue that 3-2. And I just want him to speak and you guys to hear from the mouth of a person who has to wear these masks, how he actually feels. I know this is a huge debate, and when something like this is so divided, it seems like we should go with more of a choice, which seems like the American way as opposed to a government enforcement. So this is Shay, and Shay, can you please tell them how you feel about wearing the mask at school?
It doesn't really feel comfortable, and it gets really slobbery.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Coral Barilli. I have 3 kids, and they are ages 15, 9, and 6. My kids have always been very healthy, athletic, happy kids, but this year, I believe, was hardest on our children. From abruptly stopping in-school instruction to distant learning, to canceling sports, to distant learning again, and being forced covering their faces when science says kids are not super spreaders, to returning to school, to sitting 6 feet away from friends, having plexiglass between their desks was entirely difficult for my kids. Within weeks of going back to school, my son started kindergarten, and he began to have chest pain. He began to cry for weeks going to school. And from what I understand, and what most of you probably think, it was panic attacks. He is 6 years old. He should not be experiencing these feelings. Forcing these kids to wear masks is dangerous to their health and to their well-being. My 9-year-old constantly had headaches. She's very healthy, never had headaches. We live in East County where school days can get over 90 degrees. Again, forcing our kids to wear masks is dangerous to their health. My 15-year-old, in her words, now hates school. Would rather stay at home because it's easier to get good grades. And let's be real, these kids are cheating. That's a real education there, isn't it? There's no structure with distant learning. She has stopped playing soccer. She stopped cheerleading because they had to wear masks and they had to be 6 feet apart. Her education and her mental health matters. As most of us sit here today unmasked, I ask for you that voted no to really reconsider your decision and that unmasking our children is for their well-being and for their mental health. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the remaining in-person speakers: Melissa Grace, Consuelo Henkin, John Doe, Joseph Jones, and Nicole Reich.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Chris Darling, and I represent the Goodman Family Trust. Thank you for allowing me to discuss a significant problem that affects many development projects in San Diego County. I'm working on a 63-lot infill residential project known as Green Hills Ranch Phase 2 in Lakeside. After working through a number of entitlement issues over the last 6 years, a major hurdle has become evident to us and the county planning department in the last year. Due to the number of lawsuits generated by the large fires of 2003 and 2007, SDG&E is no longer allowing roadways and trails, among other things, to cross their transmission easements without an extensive submittal to the CPUC. This progress can take months, if not a year, to complete. In some instances, SDG&E will not approve the request at the local level, and the project will not be allowed to move forward to the CUP for approval, and subsequently the project will dramatically change forever. Our project has such a roadway and a trail in certain locations that travel through an SDG&E overhead transmission easement. If you drive anywhere in San Diego County, you will see a myriad of roads and trails that travel under SDG&E transmission wires. This would never have occurred if those roads were planned today. The county staff is working on the problem with our team. There is a joint use agreement that is being discussed between the county and SDG&E. The JUA needs to be adopted jointly between the county and SDG&E so that the CPUC requirement can be waived. Without such an agreement, a number of current and future countywide projects will be stalled or won't move forward to serve the residents of the county. It will take the political will of the Board of Supervisors to make this happen. Staff has only so much horsepower. I'm asking you to step in and work with the county staff and SDG&E to make this reality. It needs to happen as soon as possible. Thank you for your time this morning.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Melissa Grace. I'm a resident of District 4. Nathan Fletcher, you are our supervisor, and normally I would be directing this address to you. However, I wanted to divert my attention to Lawson Remmer. Unfortunately, she's not even in the building, which is fitting. So, you know, after the performance here yesterday with Lawson Remmer breaking down San's actual tears, quite theatrical, we, as citizens of San Diego County, I'm the founder of a group called San Diego Rise Up. I speak on behalf of 1,000 concerned citizens here in District 4. You know, I know it must be really confusing for the rest of the board. Maybe Joel Anderson and Jim Desmond are exempt from this, but must be confusing for the rest of you to have a lead by Nathan Fletcher. When Nathan Fletcher says things like what he said on April 28th, that businesses have their own prerogative to ask for vaccine verification, when Nathan Fletcher recently made criticism comments about a baseball player's personal choice to abstain from a vaccine, and then further went on to make inappropriate locker room jokes about his penis function, it must be really hard for you guys to know what is appropriate behavior. You know, I really, it's unfortunate that I have to talk to an empty chair with Ms. Remmer, because the way that she was willing to hang her own daughter out to dry over the fire to say her well-being is, it's for the greater good. This is disgusting. If she wants to sacrifice her child, she can, but she will not sacrifice ours. We will not tolerate any further behavior like this from the board. If this continues, we will be asking for every single one of you that does not represent the voice of the people and our children to resign. And if that doesn't happen, we will recall you.
Next speaker, please.
Nicole Reich. Yesterday at the board meeting, you decided against advocating to Governor Newsom for the unmasking of our children. As a first grade public school teacher and a mother of 2, I am appalled by this decision. Will you be there this fall to tell my students to their faces your decision? How would you like me to respond when my students continue to complain that they cannot breathe? In the heat of August through October, in a stifling room with 26 other people and minimal air conditioning, my students are struggling to catch their breath. Are you going to fund the extra psychological support my students will need from being deprived of smiles for the last year and a half? I look forward to hearing your solutions as to how to teach a 6-year-old how to develop social and emotional skills without being able to see facial expressions. Have you thought about what that mask is doing to those little developing lungs? Their masks are filthy. They are chewed on, dragged across tables, stepped on, sneezed in, you name it. My low-income kids come in the same dirty mask every single day. You are supporting our children breathing in pure filth, bacteria, and germs by continuing to force them to wear a mask at school. My job as a teacher is to love and educate the future generations of this country. My job as an educator is to create an environment where my students can thrive. Your job as my elected official is to create policy in which I can do this for each and every one of my students. It is time to put our children ahead of politics. Each of my students' families are fully capable of making medical decisions for their own child. It is time to trust them to make the decision as to whether or not their child should wear a mask. There is no collective good if our children, the heart and soul of our community, are not thriving. My students are suffering from your policies, and they are relying on you to put them first. Do the right thing moving forward and advocate to end mask mandates in our schools. And if you choose to do the wrong thing and continue the mask mandates in schools, then I cannot wait to have you there in my classroom in August so you can explain to my students why they must once again not.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is John Doe. I speak for all the parents that are against the mask mandate. Nathan Fletcher, we're going to recall you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Joe Jones. I'm here with Let Them Breathe. Here to support Jim Desmond's motion for mask choice. I've never done anything like this before. This really motivates me. This gets me going because I have 3 young kids in class who are going to be forced to wear masks, and it's ridiculous. I recently heard a quote from Neil Oliver, a very wise man. We're putting a wall of safety built out of children and infants. It's between adults, and we're putting this wall of safety between adults and children. And it's an inversion of nature. No other species does this. It's ridiculous. It's contrary to our nature as human beings, and it's against our shepherding responsibility as adults. There are so many side effects from these masks for children, including increasing CO2 levels in their blood, mental and social impact. We've heard it all. We've seen countless studies. And I'm glad Ms. Lawson decided to rejoin us. I just can't, are we really entertaining the idea of segregating kids in schools, having masked and unmasked, vaccinated and vaccinated? Where are we going with this? The data is there. We didn't know this new data a year ago. It's a different time. Kids are not super spreaders. COVID-19 impact to kids are reflected in cases in thousands of %. It's not a danger to kids, and it's barely a danger to adults. Please support Jim Desmond's motion. Stand up to the state. Don't use our kids. Don't put a cowardly wall of safety between our kids and adults. They are not human shields. Stand up to the state, please. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Consuelo Henkin. I lost my voice yesterday. It's not a variant. I just wanted to, hopefully, the technical difficulties, you guys polished them yesterday because for some reason, people speaking in opposition, it was muted, and the people calling in for the opposition couldn't chime in for some reason. But anyways, I am not here. Today I'm not speaking to the board. I am speaking to the real leaders. The ones who know that everything that is happening on the entire planet, the ones truly fighting for the people and for the greater good, unlike these elected public servants. I want to remind the people that your hard work of spreading truth and planting the seeds is not in vain. Continue exposing the evil for who and what they truly are. Their time is limited. There is blood on their hands. They will pay. Get used to it. Your actions, okay, now I'm going to talk to you guys. Your actions have awoken a dragon in the people. Okay.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify our first caller.
Our first speaker is 2703. 2703, please press *6 to unmute.
This is Larry Seitz. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm well past 70, and my parents lived into their 90s. So I can expect to live that long if I'm not forced to take a experimental vaccine. But yet, the alternative, it seems, is to maintain quiet, because I can see the coming tyranny that's happening, and I know what happens in tyranny. In tyranny, the dissenters are silenced. That means they're probably off or put into, some kind of prison, or they're shot up with drugs. So I realize that I'm taking a very big risk to be a dissenter and to stand up for the people. But I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to die your hands, you terrorists. Terrorists? People have to. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4200. 4200, please press *6 to unmute. 4200.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Donna Shamia. I'm calling in because I have high school students who are really suffering from this mask mandate at school. They are depressed, anxiety, self-conscious. It's making no sense for them to be wearing it when all the kids are out and about with each other, not wearing masks anyway. They're out at the parks, they're out at the beaches, they're out at the shopping centers. No kid is wearing a mask when they're together. So what is the point of wearing it at school when they take it off every 5 seconds and they're not even keeping it on? It's not protecting anybody. The teachers are vaccinated. Most kids are vaccinated anyway. What good is it doing? All it's doing is depression and anxiety and harm. And my daughter is suffering greatly, and it's really terrible. It's time to end the mask once and for all.
That's a real mom.
That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2153. 2153, please press *6 to unmute. 2153, please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next speaker is 7750. 7750, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lauren Falstich, and I'm a middle school teacher. My students and the children of San Diego are the future of are simply our future. The tobacco industry has a kids menu. The tobacco industry is targeting kids with flavored tobacco products. There is an ad for a vape pen that looks like the base of a balloon. So the vape pen is like the ribbon, and then there's a balloon coming out the top of it. That is not an advertisement for an adult. They are clearly targeting children. And just like the tobacco industry, the marijuana industry has a kids menu, quite literally an edible kids menu. Cookies, brownies, gummies, and candies, which are all favorite food groups for most kids. And these are all items that pot shops are advertising. The Health and Human Services Administration, which is responsible for the county's residents' good health, has a wonderful informational website about tobacco regulations. It is great that they put this out there for us to know and follow. We need something like this for marijuana. And because, as I stated earlier, teen and young adults prefer flavored marijuana products like vapes and edibles. And just yesterday, I was with my friend and her daughter. They had just moved and they were redecorating her room, and she got a really beautiful green comforter. And she said, "Mom, can I get a cute weed pillow?" And her mother, freaked out. And I was standing right there, and she said, "What do you mean a weed pillow?" And she goes, "You know, that cute little leaf that's smiling, it's really, really cute. Can I please get a pillow? It'll go with my bedding." This little girl didn't even realize what she was asking for. There is nothing cute about weed, and it should certainly not be coming out of our young children's mouths. We need to ensure that these marijuana companies stop advertising to the youth. Just like tobacco advertising was successfully banned, we need to ban marijuana advertising. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1118. 1118. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I had just graduated high school last month, and it's been a very stressful year for all my friends and me. Not talking about the note of mask mandate, I do believe that there should be no mask mandate for the youth. I'm here on behalf of the drug problem that people face. I know a lot of people say that they smoke weed to feel less stress. I'm calling into my friend Michael. He had anxiety and some other mental health problems, but he was a really nice guy.
Excuse me, sir. We're having some difficulty hearing you. Yeah, are you using a headset or something that maybe you could try to adjust?
Can you guys hear me better now?
It's much better. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry about that. Were you guys able to hear the rest, or do you want me?
We'll restart your time. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I did graduate high school last month, and it has been a very stressful year for all my friends and me. And I'm here on the note of stress and mental health. They're big topics among my friends, but the information we are getting is really confusing. A lot of people I know say they smoke weed to feel less stress. I'm calling in for my friend Michael, who had anxiety and some other mental health problems recently, but he was a really smart and nice guy. He was doing okay, and then his friends told him if he smoked marijuana, he would feel better. They said it would relax him. But when he smoked, he got paranoid and started thinking people were out to get him. His paranoia didn't go away when the marijuana wore off. It triggered something. He was put in the hospital a few times, but it was never the same. Marijuana ruined my friend's life, unfortunately, and I know he is not alone. I know a lot of other people with similar experiences as well. Everyone says mental health is important, and I keep hearing about how it's a priority for the county, but then the county is pushing a marijuana ordinance trying to help marijuana businesses make money off the people, like my friend, unfortunately. I guess money is more important than the mental health of my friends if it's come to that case, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2016. 2016, please press star 6 to unmute. 2016.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As a middle school teacher and a mother of 2 teenagers and a soon-to-be teenager, the quality of life here in our county of San Diego is really important to me. I appreciate all your work to protect our public health and safety, so I wanted to share something I've been noticing lately.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the audio record?
Oh, sorry, Trina Priest.
Thank you.
Just a couple of days ago, marijuana businesses ran specials on July 10th that featured marijuana concentrated products like some vape cartridges and edibles that were at discounts. These marijuana advertisements were very visible, had a very visible social media presence. What's interesting is that July 10th, or 710, when written upside down, spells oil, O-I-L. This clever advertising strategy is especially attractive to teens and young adults who by far prefer marijuana products that can be vaped or eaten. These types of products are made from marijuana oils as part of the extraction process that happens at marijuana factories. Why does it matter that the marijuana companies are trying to appeal to the teen and young adult market in this way? Well, the answer is because it increases their customer pool, who will then become regulars for a lifetime. That is very problematic because studies have shown that negative mental health will increase as their age of first use decreases. I respectfully suggest the Board of Supervisors delay expansion of pre-existing marijuana businesses. Do not allow new marijuana businesses and factories, particularly in our backcountries and unincorporated areas. They can create serious problems for us all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5033. 5033, please press star 6 to unmute.
This is Gretchen Gohl with Reopen San Diego. Board of Supervisors, I'm asking you to stop asking our kids to sacrifice for us. They should not be forced to wear a mask anywhere, especially in the classroom. School is difficult enough for the kids. Masks are keeping them from breathing properly and communicating. It is causing emotional and psychological damage. Are you personally going to take responsibility for this damage? Yesterday, Tara was suggesting that children be segregated in school. She wants to put the unvaccinated in separate classrooms. It's not okay to make kids who don't want to participate in an experimental vaccine trial feel like they are dirty, diseased bags of biological waste and can't be around their friends who are vaccinated. Hasn't enough damage been done to them with a mask? Again, All of this is pure government-sponsored child abuse, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves for supporting it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is 4592. 4592, please press *6 to unmute. 4592.
Good morning, Board. Kathleen Lippett here. I attended the last County Planning Commission meeting hearing on the proposed massive JVR solar project in Hukumba. The county's support for the solar industry's interests over the Hukumba community was indistinguishable from its support of the marijuana industry's interests over unincorporated communities. The county ignored 153 e-comments in opposition and the 16 individuals who came in person to oppose the mammoth JVR solar project. But county staff had already made up their mind to support the project. The 1,356-acre project will have 280,000 solar panels on 604 acres right next to Hukumba residents and their town. The 90-megawatt solar energy project won't have a megawatt to spare for the town of Hukumba, as all of that electricity produced will go to urban areas. 281,000 solar panels, 25 platforms, 75 lithium battery storage containers, 55 feet long, 19 feet wide, and 10 feet high will be a significant visual blight, destroying the open space vistas of historic Hukumba. The adverse environmental impacts to air and water quality, biological, cultural, paleontological, and tribal resources, hazardous materials, geology, noise, and wildfires were all dismissed. The Hukumba Community Planning Group reasonably requested the project not exceed 500 acres of solar panels and be away from their town residents to allow for the town's viability and future growth. You weren't elected to represent the for-profit industry interests. You were elected to serve community members. Top-down policies, whether solar, wind, or marijuana, that ignore community voices.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is 5555. 5555. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Tyler Baker, and I live in District 5. A permitted marijuana manufacturing company in the city of San Diego recently pleaded guilty to illegally dumping hazardous waste. The guilty plea was announced by the U.S. Attorney's Office. This environmental crime was not discovered by code enforcement officers or a compliance agency, but by an alert bystander. Rather than properly disposing of 55-gallon drums of ethanol, which is a hazardous waste, the marijuana manufacturing company ditched the drums behind a grocery store in El Cajon. An employee of the store noticed the drums and alerted the authorities. The ethanol was used to extract THC oils from plant material. If the county moves forward with permitting extraction labs, how will you protect communities from dangerous situations like this one? How will violators be held accountable? The State Bureau of Cannabis Control does not provide help with compliance monitoring or enforcement. If you allow marijuana businesses in the backcountry, are we supposed to trust these businesses will do the right thing? That does not seem like a plan that will protect the residents or the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7234. 7234. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Shearson. I want to thank all the parents that came this morning to support our kids. As a mother of 3 adult sons, the quality of life in unincorporated areas of the county is very important to me. I have come this morning to tell you how discouraged I am with the rhetoric at the Board of Supervisors regarding bringing marijuana businesses to our communities, because it is being hung on the terminology of social equity and social justice. It is deceitful to use the term of social equity and social justice because unincorporated rural community residents already fit the definition of communities that were harmed by issues of social inequity and social injustices. We have water scarcity, dangerous roads, winding roads, compromised by the absence of viable emergency exit strategies, high-risk fire areas, low law enforcement responses, and we house those released from prison that are deemed predators. This happens because we don't always have the political capital to fight back. This latest movement to put marijuana businesses in the unincorporated areas is an example of being told that it's happening and not asked first. It is implied that the county that our voices are irrelevant. If that's not social injustice, I don't know what is.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1822. 1822, please press *6 to unmute. 1822, please press *6 to unmute. (1822), please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next speaker is 2965. 2965, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is KB Strange. I attended the June 9th Board of Supervisors meeting where the staff presented its proposals regarding the selection of the appropriate environmental review process and the deviations to the 5 existing marijuana storefronts conditional use permits. Since then, our planning group has discussed the results of that June 9 meeting, and we have 2 observations. One, the county staff recommendations turned out to be more complicated than just accommodating the 5 permitted marijuana storefronts because of their CUP expiration coming up next year by granting them an extension. What our planning group did not understand is all the other changes to those 5 CUPs that now seem preferential to the marijuana businesses over other businesses. Second, the staff reported regarding the 5 permitted marijuana storefronts was not presented at the County Planning Commission first, which would have allowed more time for planning groups to understand its true intent and what all the additional changes would mean. Finally, our planning commissioners are non-political, appointed by the supervisors because of the experience they have in land use issues, and planning group members feel that they are the people's representatives, the voice regarding how our precious land is used and how carefully it needs to be treated. The Planning Commission should not have been ignored in the rush to make such substantive changes. And planning group members are wondering why that step was skipped and what is the rush. And we're also wondering why are the marijuana businesses treated differently than any other business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7159. 7159, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Mark Wilcox. My son visited over the weekend and shared the LA Times article regarding black market marijuana growers in the desert areas of Southern California, especially in Santa Clarita, where his family of 6 lives. Santa Clarita is in the north unincorporated LA County adjoining the city of Valencia. This residential unincorporated area is looking forward to annexing the city of Valencia. Why? They feel they would be safer and receive more law enforcement assistance against crime. Because in this unincorporated area of Santa Clarita to the east is Antelope Valley, the site of large, illegal marijuana farms. In the midst of a worsening drought, Antelope Valley illegal marijuana growers have stolen water from agricultural wells and aqueducts and have broken open fire hydrants. According to the LA Times, so much water was stolen from hydrants this spring that the plummeting water pressure compromised firefighting operations. As a result, the Los Angeles County Fire Department ordered the removal of 100 hydrants in the Antelope Valley. Congressman Mike Garcia from Santa Clarita investigated the complaints of Antelope Valley residents. The site of what he said were hundreds of black market pot farms flourishing in his district left him shaken. Residents complained that they had been placing calls to lawmakers and the sheriff's department only to be ignored. We already have examples regarding the flourishing of marijuana black market that is out of control. So the Board of Supervisors' belief that a system of permitting marijuana businesses would work as a deterrence is a myth of epic proportions. Please stop this before we are in the same sinking boat. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2153. 2153. Please press star 6 to unmute. 2153. Please press star 6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next speaker is 1822. 1822. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Peggy Walker. I conduct research analysis in public health and find that more and more worldwide scientists say today's unnaturally engineered THC potency in marijuana plants is too high and too dangerous to consume, taking too big a toll on pediatric and adolescent mental and physical health and on overall public health. It's overburdening medical and treatment communities, encumbering parents, and destroying families. Now, as other countries express understanding and concern regarding the role of marijuana commercialization and predatory advertising for high THC products like vapes and edibles, the U.S. holds the undistinguished title of having the highest level of marijuana use in the world, according to the UN study. In a special drug report, the UN said pot products have doubled in strength in Europe, but almost quadrupled in potency in the United States. Now you, supervisors, want to contribute to increased use of these potent products. Why? There can be no other reason than serving your friends in the industry. Those of us opposed are often scoffed at by those who insist that they should be able to do whatever I want. That attitude is uncomfortably close to the definition of sociopath, and that's someone who makes impulsive decisions without feeling guilty for the harm caused others. I urge you to consider the irreversible impact of the marijuana ordinance you propose on our entire community. As someone said earlier, sacrifice your own children if you wish, but not others, for the sake of an addiction for sale industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0631. 0631. Please press star 6 to unmute. 0631.
Hi, my name is Beverly Raimondo, and I am a mom, and I'm a volunteer ambassador for Children's Health Defense, and we support Let Them Breathe to defend our children's health and health choice. We know from our notice of liability that it is illegal to mandate a medical device under EUA. We know that it's against the HIPAA law of the rights to privacy. We know the physical and mental harm that this is happening with the mask. I have people, parents coming to me constantly talking about their anguish to have a child with anxiety, stress, and failing in their school that is brought on by the segregation that you're making them feel, the peer pressure, and the anxiety of trying to communicate with the teacher, the depletion of oxygen for their health. I'm asking the board to not treat our children like a hazard. They are not a hazard. We want you to stand up for the children from the bottom up and see through their eyes and see through or feel through their masked mouth that they cannot communicate, that they are failing, that they are not thriving. And that is what school is supposed to be about. We do not want any kind of inequity. We want choice, and we want children to be able to smile and breathe and be happy again. You know the law. You're breaking the laws. You will have this in for the rest of your life to know that you went down in history not supporting the children. We ask you to support the children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is 3196. 3196, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Michelle Goebel, and I'm a mother of 3 young children. I wanted to thank Supervisor Desmond for bringing forward the motion to adopt a Healthy Child resolution similar to what El Dorado, Placer, and Orange County Department of Education have already done. I am extremely disappointed that Supervisors Vargas, Fletcher, and Lawson-Remer all voted no on this motion. Just because you have a D next to your name does not mean that you cannot think critically about the science around unmasking our young developing children now that all adults and teachers have had the opportunity to be vaccinated. Stop blindly following your party line and grow a spine. In California, kids can be unmasked at Disneyland, Legoland, SeaWorld, Knott's Berry Farm, zoos, safari park, sports arenas, indoor stores, indoor youth sports, movie theaters, restaurants, churches, friends and grandparents' houses, and schools in over 40 states, except California schools with cohorting, daily symptom checks, and vaccinated teachers. All adults have had ample time to be fully vaccinated by now, including myself, my husband, and my children's grandparents. As a once Democratic voting adult, I can assure you, you are turning once blue voting parents into single-issue voters. You will always choose our children's rights over your party line. Thank you.
Our next speaker is 5310. 5310, if you'd like to speak at this time, please press star 6 to unmute. (5310). If you'd like to speak, please press star 6 to unmute. I'll recall 2153. 2153. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Good. This is Kelly McCormick. I'm a resident of District 5. You may have seen the front page article in Sunday's Los Angeles Times with the headline, quote, "Illegal pot invades California's desert, bringing violence, fear, and ecological destruction," written by Jacqueline Cosgrove and Louis Sahagan. The article states that Prop 64 promised to end the black market cultivation and sale of marijuana in the state, but in their words, quote, "Things haven't quite worked out that way. Today, the pot industry is struggling, and as much as 80% of pot sold in California comes from the black market." The special agent in charge of the DEA's Los Angeles Field Division said, quote, "There's more black market marijuana than ever before, much more than prior to Prop 64. The rise of pot growing in the Mojave Desert began shortly after Prop 64 was approved. Law enforcement says many of the large operations are run by heavily armed cartels who intimidate local residents into giving up land and water. The spread has coincided with an increase in violence. The executive director of a Southern California Marijuana Trade Association says there are more illegal pot farms than ever, undercutting legal growers so severely they can't survive under the law. The Times also points out that tax revenues are not anywhere close to the levels officials had expected, and things are going so badly for the industry, the state is considering a $100 million bailout. It is becoming more evident every day that this experiment is not working. San Diego County would be wise to recognize that and to not give the industry what it is seeking, which is more marijuana businesses in the backcountry. It only increases, it does not decrease the illegal market. Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning.
Next on our agenda is approval of the board meeting minutes, statement of proceedings for the meeting of Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. I'll make a motion for approval. Is there a second? We have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar. Clerk will ask first if there's any items the public wishes pulled for discussion.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Yes, item 1 has been pulled by the public. Item 2 has been pulled by the public. Item 3 has been pulled by the public. Item 4 has been pulled by the public. And item 5 has been pulled by the public. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda, as well as the County of San Diego Flood Control District, may be placed on the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
Thank you. I'll now go to my colleague, Supervisor Anderson. Are there any items you wish to be pulled or comments you wish to make?
Not at this time, thank you.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Desmond.
None to pull. I'll make a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Nothing to pull, thank you. I'll second the motion.
All right, there's a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas for approval of the consent calendar. We will be discussing items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Have the clerk confirm that?
That is correct.
Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to take up agenda item 1, general plan amendments, housing, safety, and environmental justice elements. We're going to have a staff presentation on this item. We'll then go to public speakers. For board members, we have a worksheet to help guide some of the decisions that we will need to make on this item. So let me start with the staff presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. I'm Lynette Tessitore, and with me today are Rob Eford, Tara Lieberman, Mark Slovic, and Kathleen Flannery. Today's staff is requesting that the Board of Supervisors approve the adoption of the County of San Diego's General Plan Housing and Safety Element updates and incorporation of a new environmental justice element. The housing element includes a comprehensive assessment of current and projected housing needs for all economic segments of the community and includes policies and programs to address these needs. The safety element seeks to ensure the protection of community and natural resources during the planning and development of the county's built environment. The environmental justice element addresses the negative health effects caused by the built environment. The housing, safety, and environmental justice elements are contained within the county's general plan, which focuses on and applies to the unincorporated area of the county. The general plan provides the land use framework for development decisions and addresses topics such as land use types and densities, housing for all income levels, transportation networks and facilities, open spaces for conservation and recreation, and safety and noise impacts. The general plan's vision statement and guiding principles establish the foundation upon which the general plan elements and their respective goals and policies are developed, internally consistent and measured. The last comprehensive update of the county's general plan occurred in 2011, although updates to parts of the plan have occurred each year since then. There are currently 6 elements in the county's general plan. 2 of the elements, housing and safety, are being updated, and a new environmental justice element is being prepared. Throughout the presentation, we will collectively refer to the housing, safety, and environmental justice elements as the 3 elements, or the project. The housing element, which is updated on an 8-year cycle, must demonstrate to the state that the county has land use capacity to meet established housing needs. It also assesses existing constraints to affordable and market rate housing development and incorporates policies and programs to address these constraints. The safety element must be updated along with the housing element to ensure that safety hazards are taken into consideration during the development of housing policy. The safety element contains policies and programs to protect unincorporated communities from risks associated with seismic, geologic, flood, and wildfire hazards. Since the unincorporated area has state-identified disadvantaged communities, what we refer to as environmental justice communities, and both the housing and safety elements are being updated, the addition of an environmental justice or EJ element is being proposed to establish policies and programs to ensure fair treatment of people of all races, cultures, and incomes with respect to environmental laws, regulations, and land use policies. Each policy in the general plan contains 1 or more implementation programs or actions to assure that there is a mechanism for its implementation. These implementation programs are contained within the general plan's implementation plan, a separate document from the general plan. The implementation plan serves as a key resource to achieve the county's vision for its growth and development and is presented in a matrix format that includes information on program implementation, including program description, policy cross-reference, the lead and supporting departments or partner agencies, and an estimated timeline for initiation or completion. In today's presentation, we will cover the following: previous board direction on the 3 elements, an overview of the public outreach and engagement efforts. Then, beginning with housing, followed by safety and EJ, we will cover the following information for each element: the purpose, the key components, and new and updated implementation programs and actions. We will conclude with a summary of community planning and sponsor group input, as well as Planning Commission's and staff's recommendations. The board had previously provided direction on this project. For housing, the board provided additional site inventory selection criteria and directed staff to pursue the housing element site inventory option that would not require a rezone. For safety, the board provided direction to continue with the scope and approach for adaptation goals based on the vulnerability assessment. And for EJ, the board provided direction to continue with the EJ community identification methodology using Cal EnviroScreen 3.0 and County LiveWell criteria to meet the state's requirements for adoption. The board also provided further direction to continue with stakeholder outreach and public engagements after adoption of the EJ element to develop additional criteria that may be used to identify more EJ communities in the unincorporated area. Today, we are asking for the board to adopt the housing, safety, and environmental justice elements, which were drafted in accordance with previous board direction. The 3-element outreach strategy engaged a diverse set of stakeholders spanning environmental, development, and community groups. Since mid-2020, there have been over 50 separate outreach events to date. To reach additional community members within EJ communities, especially those without internet access, staff mailed approximately 10,000 flyers on the 3 elements to property owners and residents, and posted flyers in English, Spanish, and Arabic at community gathering points such as pharmacies, grocery stores, and coffee shops. These languages were selected by taking into consideration the predominant languages spoken within the unincorporated county. At the request of the public, staff also offered interpretation services in both Spanish and Arabic during public webinars.
First, we will cover the housing element update. The housing element must demonstrate to the state that the county has the capacity to accommodate both market rate and affordable housing that meets the needs of unincorporated area residents at all income segments and life stages, including special needs populations such as homeless individuals, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. The housing element does not require production of housing, but rather ensures jurisdictions have the capacity to accommodate anticipated growth. In addition, the housing element must address, and where possible, remove constraints to housing development, conserve and improve the condition of existing housing stock, and promote housing opportunities for all persons in a manner consistent with the general plan vision and guiding principles. The housing element includes 4 major components: a housing needs assessment, an inventory of sites that can accommodate the county's allocation of the regional housing needs assessment, goals, policies, and objectives, and new and modified implementation programs. These 4 components are contained within the housing element. The housing element represents the 6th cycle update and covers the planning period of 2021 to 2029. The housing element site inventory must identify sites with development capacity to accommodate the county's Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. The unincorporated area's share of the RHNA for the 6th cycle is 6,700 units spread across state-defined very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income categories. In addition, the state recommends providing at least a 20% surplus of units on top of the RHNA allocation. This is referred to as a buffer and is used to address situations where RHNA sites do not develop to their full capacity. For example, if a RHNA site develops 10 units when 24 units are allowed. The county site inventory accommodates more than 9,000 units, which provides a surplus of more than 2,000 units or a 35% buffer. The county's site inventory includes 236 sites distributed across 10 unincorporated community planning areas. All sites included in the site inventory satisfy the April 2021 board direction and comply with Assembly Bill 686 by furthering opportunities for integrated and balanced communities. the county is able to demonstrate capacity using existing zoning and general plan land use designations. Therefore, rezones to increase densities are not being proposed as part of this update. The Housing Element Implementation Plan also includes programs to incentivize the development of RHNA sites at all income levels. During outreach events, participants provided input on housing element components, including policies and programs. Comments were received regarding the condition of housing within backcountry communities and the need for resources to facilitate rehabilitation and repairs. In response, the housing element will include a new program to help connect and inform homeowners of the county's existing rehabilitation and repair program. Community members requested that housing be located close to services, infrastructure, and amenities. In response, all site inventory sites are located in villages, close to amenities and transit, and within the County Water Authority boundary where water, sewer, and dry utilities are available. Stakeholders stated that the county should incentivize the production of lower and moderate income units and housing for special needs populations. The housing element continues the county's policy of expediting permit processing for affordable housing projects to ensure that these projects are given priority during the discretionary review process. Finally, staff received comments requesting that regulatory requirements be reviewed to ensure multifamily housing can be developed. In response, the housing element includes programs to remove regulatory barriers to housing development, which will be highlighted in subsequent slides. On May 11, 2021, the county received a letter from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or State HCD, requesting revisions to the draft housing element. Staff has worked collaboratively with State HCD to respond to their comments and to incorporate revisions to the housing element to provide additional fair housing analysis and programs, remove government constraints, expand the non-vacant site analysis, and provide additional implementation programs to facilitate development of RHNA sites. The Housing Element Implementation Plan includes a total of 52 programs, including 21 existing and 31 new or modified programs organized into the following topic areas: housing capacity, village development, accessory dwelling unit or ADU development, low-income housing development, special needs housing, rehabilitation and preservation of existing housing, and fair housing. Most of these programs are led by Planning and Development Services and/or the county's Health and Human Services Housing and Community Development Department. PDS and HCDS staff will continue to collaborate during the implementation of these programs. We will now highlight 6 of the new programs that help facilitate affordable and market rate housing production and 3 programs that have been included to address State HCD's comments. The Development Standards Cleanup Program will review zoning ordinance development standards such as building type, density, height, setback, and lot coverage. The intent of this program is to ensure that the densities established under the general plan can be achieved and that the development standards are not precluding housing development. In order to address new state law, the county will develop objective design guidelines that will be applicable to urbanized census tracts within the unincorporated area that currently require design review. This includes areas of Lakeside and Sweetwater. Objective design guidelines will provide clarity and transparency to developers during the design review process. Staff will also conduct an update to the zoning ordinance to comply with new state regulations for accessory dwelling units and density bonus. Staff will return to the board with proposed zoning ordinance amendments for these 3 programs by the end of 2022. The By Right Approval Program will develop a process to allow sites that were included in previous housing element site inventories but that were not developed to be processed ministerially without a discretionary review if they provide 20% affordable housing on site. The intent of this program is to make these relisted sites more attractive to developers and to facilitate the development of affordable housing. The Minimum Density and Multifamily Districts Program will establish minimum densities for multifamily projects at 70% of the maximum allowable densities. The intent of this program is to ensure that the county maintains capacity to accommodate the RHNA during the entire housing element cycle. Staff will also evaluate opportunities for housing development within commercial zones. The Housing Yields and Mixed-Use Zone Program will conduct an assessment of underutilized commercial sites and develop strategies to increase opportunities for housing development. In 2023, staff will return to the board for consideration of program options, which may include identification of additional costs and resources needed associated with program development or implementation. State HCD requested the following programs be included in the housing element. The Lot Consolidation Program will facilitate the consolidation of small sites for multifamily housing development by providing technical assistance and exploring additional incentives such as streamlined processing. The intent of this program is to encourage development of smaller sites and to remove constraints that may preclude redevelopment. The Design Review Process Program will build upon the Objective Design Guidelines Program and also include outreach with community planning groups and design review boards to develop strategies to avoid delays in the design review process. Implementation of the lot consolidation and design review programs will include outreach, and no further board action is anticipated. The Community Benefit Strategy Program will explore tools, including land value recapture strategies, that can be used to create amenities in neighborhoods of lower resources or generate funding for targeted neighborhood improvements. In 2025, staff will return to the board for consideration of program options, which may include identification of additional cost and resource needs. If adopted, the Housing Element Implementation Plan will result in total cost of $1.6 million for the Department of Planning and Development Services, which will be requested over the course of 4 different fiscal years. The fiscal impact identified today will be used for PDS staff time and consultant services and will cover the development of programs included in the implementation plan, which is included in Attachment H of the board letter packet. The funding will be used for program development, including conducting outreach, preparing draft ordinances, identifying program options, and conducting CEQA analysis. When staff return to the board to receive future board direction on program options, additional funding and resource needs may be identified. Health and Human Services Agency staffing impacts will be dependent on future board direction and priorities. Today, staff is requesting that the Board of Supervisors adopt the housing element update. Following today's hearing, the county will submit the housing element to the state for certification.
Now we will cover the safety element update. The County of San Diego General Plan emphasizes the importance of safe, livable communities and the management of resources to ensure environmental preservation, quality of life, and economic development. The safety element supports the general plan's vision by establishing policies to guide future development that minimize the risks associated with natural and human-caused hazards. The safety element includes the following 4 updated components: an evacuation route analysis, hazard mapping, climate change vulnerabilities and adaptation strategies, and updates to the implementation plan. These 4 updated components have been integrated into the safety element. Comments from the public and stakeholders on the safety element update include themes such as restricting or prohibiting development in high fire hazard severity zones through downzoning or other means. In response, terms of locating development outside of hazard areas, the safety element includes policy language which seeks to minimize risk while not prohibiting development or density outright within hazard areas. The safety element's policy language was reviewed and adjusted to consider this input while remaining internally consistent with the other general plan elements and policies. Ensuring rural and backcountry communities have internet and cellular access in order to receive emergency notifications. In response, the safety element highlights the essential role of telecommunications facilities and ensures emergency notifications reach as many residents as possible during a hazard event. An adequate services provision policy has been added to ensure existing and future development meet current and future anticipated demands for privately provided services such as telecommunication. Creating quantitative standards for safe evacuation of development. While standards for evacuation are typically contained in more near-term and incident-specific safety documents like fire protection plans and emergency operations plans, in response, additional evacuation policy language was added to the safety element. The Safety Element Implementation Plan includes a total of 66 implementation programs. 62 of these programs are existing efforts, and 4 are new programs added as a part of this update. The safety element programs are organized into several topics, including hazard mitigation, emergency response, fire hazards, geologic hazards, flood hazards, hazardous material, law enforcement, and airport hazards. Most of these programs are led by Planning and Development Services with support from the Department of Public Works, Office of Emergency Services, Department of Environmental Health and Quality, Fire Protection Districts, and the Sheriff's Department. We will now highlight the 4 new programs included in the Safety Element Implementation Plan. The Evacuation Traffic Management Plans program will identify community-level plan areas with reduced or limited circulation access for development of evacuation plans, which include strategies to enhance traffic flow and reduce evacuation times during a hazard event. This analysis will be conducted as a part of ongoing community plan updates. The next program will prepare a study to investigate the feasibility of a voluntary program for relocation of development and/or development rights away from flood and wildfire hazard areas. The study would identify potential mechanisms for determining eligibility, funding, and relocation of properties at greatest risk and would be made available to property owners who choose to opt in. Staff would return to the board with options for consideration based on the findings of the feasibility study. A subsequent action may expand the program to other hazard types such as earthquake and seismic fault areas. The Evacuation Impairment Plan program will develop plans that identify existing residential neighborhoods and hazard areas within community plan areas that only have one means of ingress or egress. CAL FIRE is currently conducting a statewide survey of subdivisions with 2 points of ingress-egress. This survey, along with future guidance from the state, will facilitate the development of an evacuation impairment plans into community plan updates. Staff will be returning to the board to update the safety element again in 2023 in conjunction with the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan update. The last program will involve researching populations that are vulnerable to high-risk hazards in order to continue improving planning outreach for these populations. This analysis will be implemented as one component of the initiation phase of all long-range planning projects. Funds for the implementation of the safety element are included in either the fiscal year 2021-22 operational plan for PDS or will be included in future requests to the board as just described in previous implementation program slides. Today, staff is requesting that the Board of Supervisors adopt the safety element.
Now we will cover the environmental justice element. The county has developed a standalone environmental justice element with the intent to create goals and policies that address the health effects caused by the built environment. The environmental justice element supports the general plan's vision by establishing policies and implementation actions to improve opportunities for children and all community members, manage resources to ensure environmental preservation, quality of life, and economic development, and to promote safe and livable communities. The environmental justice element addresses the following 4 components: identifying the communities that will be incorporated in the environmental justice element, reducing unique or compounded health risks, promoting civic engagement, and prioritizing improvements and programs in the implementation plan. The environmental justice element also includes the state-recommended EJ topic areas, which are intended to reduce pollution and improve air quality, and promote public facilities, healthy food access, safe and sanitary homes, and physical activity. The 4 components of the EJ topic areas are contained within the new environmental justice element. As directed by the Board of Supervisors on February 10, 2021, the environmental justice element identifies 17 census tracts grouped into 4 communities: North El Cajon, North Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and Sweetwater. Interested community members and stakeholders have provided comments in support of expanding the list of EJ communities to include areas beyond the community planning areas of Lakeside, Spring Valley, Valle de Oro, and Sweetwater. In response, the EJ element includes baseline criteria to establish a countywide definition of an environmental justice community. Community members have also provided comments requesting that the county develop goals and policies that apply to the entire unincorporated area. In response, the EJ element includes goals and policies that do apply at both the EJ community and the unincorporated county scale. Staff utilized public and stakeholder input, best practice research, and threaded with other county groups and departments to develop the goals and policies needed to achieve the standards for development of the environmental justice element. The environmental justice element's implementation contains 81 programs or action items that support the element's 96 policies. The EJ element programs are organized into several topics, including identifying EJ communities and their needs, identifying unique or compounded health issues that address EJ topic areas, promoting civic engagement, prioritizing improvements and programs within EJ communities, and monitoring of the communities and programs. These actions will be implemented by various county departments, including PDS, HHSA, and others as shown on the slide. The department involvement is based on the department's existing functions and authority through either existing or new assessments, plans, programs, or services. Next, we will highlight 3 of the new implementation actions included in the implementation plan. The baseline definition of an environmental justice community action is intended to capture the February board direction to identify baseline criteria to establish a countywide definition of an environmental justice community. This action is intended to apply the baseline criteria to subsequent reviews and updates of general plan elements, community plans, climate action plan, and other countywide planning processes. Staff anticipates returning to the board in 2022 or 2023 with the additional criteria and any additional communities identified. Based on the board's direction, staff will determine if an additional amendment of the element is needed. The Community Air Protection Program continues the partnership with the San Diego Air Pollution Control District and addresses the county's identified EJ communities with disproportionate air pollution burden for implementation of the Community Air Protection Program. This is particularly important since the district has changed the organization of its board members to provide a community-focused approach in addressing air pollution concerns. Based on the needs identified for each community, the responsible department would return to the board with any anticipated fiscal impacts or resource needs. The last action presented today is an annual review of public facilities, infrastructure, and services, which will involve multiple departments reviewing their inventory of public facilities and surveying needs and services in EJ communities as part of the annual budgeting process. Based on the annual reviews conducted, each responsible department would return to the board with any anticipated fiscal impacts or resource needs. If adopted, the Environmental Justice Element Implementation Plan will result in a total cost of $510,000 for PDS, which will be requested over the course of 2 different fiscal years. This fiscal impact identified today will be used for PDS staff time and consultant services and will cover the process of expanding EJ communities and the development of short and medium-term actions included in the implementation plan, which is included in Attachment H of the board letter packet. The funding will be used for program development, including coordination with responsible departments and partner agencies, preparation of feasibility studies, public outreach, and completion of environmental analysis. When staff returns to the board to receive future board direction on program options, additional funding and resource needs may be identified. Health and Human Services Agency staffing impacts will be dependent on future Board of Supervisors directions and priorities. Other county departments may have similar future fiscal impacts as HHSA. Today, staff is requesting that the Board of Supervisors adopt the new environmental justice element. Now we will cover the recommendations provided by community planning and sponsor groups, Planning Commission, and staff. An overview of the 3 elements was presented to 13 community planning or sponsor groups. Votes were received from Spring Valley and Campo Lake Morena community planning groups. Spring Valley CPG supported the housing element site inventory option that would not require a rezone over the site inventory option that would require a rezone. Campo Lake Moreno CPG, submitted a comment letter on the environmental justice element, requesting additional consideration be included in the EJ element for topics specific to Campo, Lake Morena, and the backcountry. On May 14th and June 11th, 2021, staff presented the housing, safety, and environmental justice elements to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted to recommend that the board expand the by right approval program to all sites included in the site inventory if the developer agrees to provide at least 20% affordable housing. In addition, for the housing element, the Planning Commission voted to recommend that the Board of Supervisors not adopt the housing element. The Planning Commission voted to recommend the Board of Supervisors not adopt the safety and environmental justice elements. Staff recommends that the board find the proposed general plan amendments complies with the California Environmental Quality Act and state and county CEQA guidelines, adopt a resolution for the adoption of the housing element update, and adopt a resolution for the adoption of the safety element update and incorporation of the new environmental justice element. Direct staff to analyze the feasibility of expanding the by right approval program for all sites within the housing element site inventory if the developer agrees to provide at least 20% affordable housing, and return to the board for further direction by the end of the year with other housing items. Establish appropriations of $400,000 for the development of fiscal year 2021 22 housing element implementation programs, and $405,000 for the development of fiscal year 2021-2022 environmental justice implementation programs based on available prior year general fund balance. An errata was submitted to the Board of Supervisors to make revisions as follows. Attachment E. The housing element was revised to address comments received from state HCD on July 9th and July 13th. Revising community outreach and public comment language. Revising the housing element implementation plan to refine and clarify language, develop programs, identify fair housing programs, and update program timelines. Refining the analysis of potential impacts of VMT on the housing element site inventory, which is found in Appendix C. Clarifying that for the purposes of RHNA and low and very low income capacity can be grouped together as lower income, also found in Appendix C. Revising zoning information provided as part of the list of sites found in Appendix H, and clarifying the county's process of working with applicants to ensure sufficient community amenities are included in projects. The board letter was revised to state that PDS does not concur with the Planning Commission recommendation and recommends adoption of the housing and safety element updates and incorporation of a new environmental justice element. And finally, attachment A and B, the resolutions for the adoption of the housing, safety, and environmental justice elements were revised to state that the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed amendments, as opposed to stating that the Planning Commission has reviewed and recommended the proposed amendments. This concludes the presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for all the hard work that went into this. I know it's been a considerable lift and an effort. I also want to acknowledge Rami, who's not able to be here with us today, but certainly worked very, very hard to get us to this point for the board to consider it. Why don't we go to our public speakers, and then I know we'll have probably a pretty thorough board discussion on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 17 requests to speak on this item and one group presentation, one individual in person, one group in person, and 16 individuals requested to speak by phone. We also received one e-comment in favor on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll begin with the group presentation in favor. That includes Javier Alvarado, Kelvin Barrios, Derek Phillips, and Al Sanchez. You may come to the podium. Your group will have 10 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask each speaker to please state their name for the audio record when they begin speaking, and each individual in your group must provide testimony during that 10 minutes. And I'll ask you to self-regulate your time with the timer on the podium.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Laborers Local 89, here representing our business manager, Valentin R. Mercedo, and our over 3,800 construction workers here in San Diego County. With me, I have some brothers from our local union. I'll allow them to introduce themselves right now.
Morning, Javier Alvarado with Laborers Local 89.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek Phillips. I'm with Local 89.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alfonso Sanchez. I'm Laborers Local 89 Union. Thank you.
We are here in support today of this item, but would like to raise some concerns. It's no secret that we're in a severe housing crisis due to decades of undersupply. While our population has continued to grow and is expected to add more than 700,000 people by 2050, the lack of new homes has caused prices to skyrocket, and first-time home buyers and working families are hurt the most. We desperately need middle-income housing for our working families and our members. For our members, this is an equity issue. This shortage impacts the ability for people in the mid-level incomes in finding quality housing. Home ownership has been this nation's and most of the rest of the world's nations' most successful pathway to the middle class. Our members and other working people deserve access to homes near their jobs right here in San Diego County and not have to buy homes in Temecula or Riverside County. While you have all articulated that housing, environmental justice, and social equity are top priorities, some of the policy objectives that are under consideration will only further exacerbate the lack of housing production that impacts mostly working families and first-time home buyers that want quality housing too. Though we may be a construction trades union, we do represent over 3,800 working families here in San Diego, and housing affordability is at the forefront of concerns for our members and the broader community. We appreciate the time to provide you these comments and look forward to continued conversations on this issue. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the individual in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Audra Morgan. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello. Audra Morgan. So I guess I'm not sure. It's hard to I'm not necessarily against this. I guess I just need to give some concerns about that. So I wish there was a decision to be neutral or a choice. As far as safety and environmental issues go, I'm not sure why we don't look at like windmills and the lithium batteries that are toxic to the environment. Windmills are also toxic to people.
Audra, this is a housing element. It's just about the. I know you all have thoughts on.
Well, it says housing, safety, and environmental justice.
Okay, go ahead. Let's talk about lithium.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just talking about things that involve the environment and the safety concerns that are there. I mean, we could also address a biohazard safety problem that's going around. So. But there's all these things that are toxic to the environment, and we don't even want to address those. And we're talking about climate change and different things, but we're not addressing the safety issues that are causing problems on the environment right now. And that's something I think that needs to be addressed just in general and for the safety of the people and the public and the environment. So, all right, that's fine.
We'll now hear from those who are requested to speak by phone. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 2750. 2750. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher, members of the board, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. We'd like to point out flaws in the safety element. Adding more density in high fire risk locations is the most counterproductive step imaginable, yet the draft fails to provide meaningful policies against residential density increase in these locations or disincentives for planned build-out in such areas. This failure is contrary to your board's own strong direction to find safe locations in the housing element. According to staff, the safety element is not the right place, but if not, where? There is no update of the land use element, and the climate action plan should not be asked to do everything. Also, the draft is weak and ambiguous regarding placement of public facilities in high-risk locations. It supports the discredited strategy of shelter in place. There are no quantitative metrics for determining when an evacuation is safe. The status quo of these determinations being made by biased and developer-controlled EIRs is not acceptable. In the evacuation policies, new development which does not provide for emergency vehicles concurrent with resident evacuation is allowed to proceed if such measures are not, quote, feasible. Why doesn't endangerment of public safety mean project denial? The benefits of home hardening are overstated, and there is an overly aggressive program for rebuilding. The safety element goes too far in facilitating the siting of new development in high-risk locations when it should unambiguously be doing the opposite. This is not surprising given the hubris of the fire chief and the dismal record of the planning department on new development in wildlands. These concerns are not addressed, and the safety element needs to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3743. 3743, please press *6 to unmute. 3743.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexis Gibson with the San Diego Housing Coalition. I want to thank the BOS for the opportunity for letting me speak today. As the county moves forward with these general plan amendments, I think that it's important that you consider a few key points. San Diego County is facing a serious housing shortage, and it is important that we increase our county's housing stock. We need the county to implement policies to help increase the amount of housing in all categories, but specifically affordable and middle market. I would like for the county to meet its minimum RHNA requirements. The current VMT policy language provides no balance in the county's ability to meet the RHNA requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be 0408. 0408, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Madison Coleman with Climate Action Campaign. First, we urge you to ensure that the General Plan, Climate Action Plan, and Regional Sustainability Plan are meaningfully interconnected and aligned in helping the county achieve zero carbon no later than 2045. We urge you to prioritize smart growth policies and equitable development by implementing and increasing mixed-use, density, inclusionary, and on-site affordable, sustainable housing near job centers and transit that will reduce vehicle miles traveled and GHG emissions. Sprawl development in high VMT, high fire hazard areas is one of our region's greatest sources of emissions. The county must stop directing resources to sprawl development and instead increase affordable housing through urban infill projects on county land. We would also like to note that forcing low and middle income communities of color to live in wildfire zones is an injustice and not equitable development. We must build cities, not sprawl, to protect our most vulnerable. And finally, we urge you to implement anti-displacement strategies to protect residents and communities of concern, such as establishing tenant protection boards, rent registry systems, and collaborating with community land trusts for affordable housing development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7396. 7396, please press *6 to unmute. 7396.
Good morning. My name is Carla Farley, the 2021 president of the Greater San Diego Association of Realtors, proudly representing over 20,000 members throughout our region. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and share our concerns over not necessarily the planning documents, but rather the implementation of our housing policies, which continue to derail housing production and drive up costs in our region. In 2017, in partnership with the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, we introduced a housing scorecard, a study which looked at housing production by each of our cities and the County of San Diego relative to their RHNA allocations. We found at that time that we were only producing 50% of the housing needed on an annual basis, with housing for middle-income families almost entirely absent
among any new housing stock. We're witnessing today the consequences of our failure to address this housing supply crisis. Home prices are up more than 20% year over year. San Diego home prices have increased the second most of any region in the country. This crisis is man-made and born of our own policies. The long-term consequences of failing to address our housing supply crisis are evident. Housing prices continue to set new records. There's a growing disparity between low-income families and wealthy individuals, and aspiring first-time homebuyers are provided few, if any at all, options to realize their dream of homeownership. And this impact is perhaps greatest felt by our, and I'll say mine, minority communities. I've shared this before with many of you. Chairman knows as well, but it bears repeating once again. Of concern, a study released by the Federal Reserve in 2020 found that the typical white family has 8 times the wealth of the typical black family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the opportunity.
Our next speaker is 8588. 8588. Please press *6 to unmute. 8588. Please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next speaker is 0165. 0165. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Preston Brown, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Hamul-Bilzura Community Planning Group, and our group wants to deliver the following recommendations for the safety element update. 1, ensure that all backcountry communities have internet or cellular access in order to receive emergency notifications. The OES currently has a new app that is connected to all sources and agencies and is updated in real time through the Sheriff's Department and can send emergency notifications immediately out to residents via text or emails. This issue overlaps with the intent of the environmental justice element. Secondly, there should be sources of funding dedicated to specific community needs. Training, education, logistics can be targeted for specific communities. In particular, funds for consulting with emergency evacuation specialists and planners. The Fair and Peer study of 2012 dealt only with the physical improvements of roads for alternative evacuation routes. The Hamul-Bilzura sub-area region is very complex and spread out over a number of valleys and mountain ranges that all share one lifeline, Highway 94. The numerous clusters of communities based in country cul-de-sacs have unique challenges in responding to wildfire events. And lastly, 3, is our recommendation for a language change in S3.5 access roads. We object to replacing the language "when necessary" with "when feasible." The language "when feasible" considers more factors than that of necessity. During wildfires, people's lives are at stake. The county should do everything in its power to protect that life. That is a necessity, not a feasibility. Access roads should also take into account the current traffic conditions on each of the main roads that may be used for evacuations. In Hamul, the main access corridor is Highway 94, which has previously been rated an F when it comes to traffic congestion.
Thank you.
Access roads cannot be considered.
Our next speaker is 3939. 3939. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Dale with the San Diego Housing Coalition. I want to thank the BOS for the opportunity to speak today. As the county moves forward with these general plan amendments, I think it's important for you to consider a few key points. For many years, San Diego County's general plan has not met its housing projections, and this is a long-standing issue affecting lower-income, BIPOC, and Latino communities. It's vital that we do not make it harder for marginalized communities to become homeowners. The county needs to work on making San Diego inclusive with effective policies that will meet our region's goals, including how the VMT policy being considered by the county would affect our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5919. 5919. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Eric Bruvold from the San Diego North Economic Development Council. I just want to step back just a little bit, and I want to suggest that, there's some things that you want to talk to staff about during the conversation that you'll have after these comments. And that is that over the last 10 years, based upon the numbers that the county itself provides to the California Department of Finance, you've produced only 5,400 housing units, and less than 1,000 of those have been multifamily. And I think it is really important to ask staff how this housing element, as constructed, given the work that you did on the general plan and how much support this board has given to that general plan, why we believe that moving forward, implementation will see any greater production of that kind of housing type in the unincorporated county. Now, maybe what the purpose of the housing element in the county's general plan is to do is to keep production low, that you're happy with high housing prices and the tax that imposes upon San Diegans as they have to spend a disproportionate amount of their income on housing costs. But I don't think that. I think that all of you have expressed a desire to lean into this. And so I think it is important to ask staff and push staff how the housing element is going to produce more housing and what can be changed and modified and amended today so that it can move beyond the frankly miserable 900-plus units that you produced over a decade when we look at multifamily housing in the unincorporated area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4603. 4603, please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and Supervisors. My name is Mark Rujic, representing the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. The Chamber supports the updates to the housing and safety elements and creation of the environmental justice elements. We appreciate staff's outreach efforts and the opportunity to provide feedback throughout the entire process. Updating the elements are crucial to continuing the work to address the housing crisis, which has significant social, economic, and health impacts on the region. The county must continue to find innovative solutions to incentivize housing for all levels of income, with inclusiveness and equity in mind, and we are encouraged by some of the implementation program items listed in the housing element. Over the past few years, very little has been built in the unincorporated areas of the county that provide housing for first-time homebuyers or young families that want to live near parks and open space areas. As we move forward with this update, we encourage the board to think holistically on land use policy objectives, such as an inclusionary ordinance, CAP smart growth alternatives, and VMT implementation, so that altogether they help and not restrict the creation of new, affordable, and middle-income housing. We encourage county staff to continue to engage stakeholders in the ongoing discussions on how we can provide more housing for all San Diegans. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6076. 6076, please press star 6 to unmute. 6076, please press star 6 to unmute. (6076), I can see you've unmuted, but we can't hear you, so you may need to unmute your phone as well.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Garcia, and I'm with the San Diego Housing Coalition. I want to thank the BOS for the opportunity to speak today. As the council moves forward with these general plan amendments, I think it's important for you to consider a few key points. San Diego County is facing a serious housing shortage, and it is important that we increase our county's housing stock. I look forward to purchasing a home one day, but when the county hasn't been meeting its housing stock goals in a long time, I get disillusioned. I'm glad there's a plan to meet the goals, but I hope the county actually meets these goals. Lack of housing affects everyone, and we're in a housing crisis, especially lower income and first-time buyers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5785. 5785. Please press star 6 to unmute. (5785). Also recall 8588. 8588. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Malik Thornton. I am an East County resident, and I'm also with the San Diego Housing Coalition. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to speak today. Today, the County Board of Supervisors is going to move forward with general plan amendments, and I want you guys to consider some key points. As many people have said before, San Diego County is facing a serious housing shortage. And as a young person of color in East County, I would love the opportunity to become a homeowner one day, but that might not be possible if the county continues to fall short of its RHNA goals. The county needs to implement policies to help increase the amount of affordable and middle market housing, because our county lacks these types of homes. It has been so many years since the county has reached its RHNA goals, and it's been increasingly hard for people of lower income and BIPOC and Latino communities to purchase a home. So I really hope that the County Board of Supervisors takes this into consideration and implements policies so we can increase homes in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for 5785. 5785, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. So my name is Johan Espinoza, and I'm with the San Diego Housing Coalition. I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak today. As the county moves forward with the general plan amendments, which will be submitted to states, if they get approved today, I would like to remind folks that, while the housing element seems to demonstrate the general plan has a theoretical potential to meet the county's current cycle RHNA requirements, it's important to understand how the VMC policy also being eventually presented will be considered will affect meeting the goals of the county, right? For the last, last couple of years, if not longer, the county has not been needing its housing stock, and it's been affecting first-time home buyers, communities of color, and folks like that. So please, when accepting this plan, I hope you also meet the requirements for RHNA. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next caller is 4007. 4007. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. My name is Alejandro Salcedo, and I'm with the San Diego Housing Coalition. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. And I just have a few comments. As the county moves forward with the general plan amendments, I think it's important that we consider a few points. The county needs to work on making San Diego more inclusive, and when you work on policies that protect housing for all of the residents in the county and that actually meet the housing stock goals. We're in a housing crisis, and it's affecting everybody. So I ask that you please consider this when moving forward with the plan. And that'll be it for me. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Next caller is 4444. 4444. Please press *6 to unmute. (4444).
Hello. I'm speaking in regards to one of the unincorporated areas of San Diego Valley Center. It's easy to think of rural character when you don't live in the space and you're just driving by, but we just don't live in Hollywood Western Set.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to, can you please state your name for the audio record?
Yes, Tanya Tului.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As I was saying, what matters more is what rural feels like when I'm at home. Rural is not big executive homes using up lots of land on big lots and running their lawnmowers every week. Rural is smaller, single-level homes, smaller plots set together to give some open space as well as separation from existing homes. So we feel we're not hemmed in. Rural is a mix, farming, houses, small businesses, stores. And yes, instead of oil rigs and windmills, now solar too these days. I prefer that all new houses to be built in a fixed space rather than one big lot getting sold and only a few executive homes being built. It's a waste of space. It's better to build more and smaller, medium homes in a set way a bit. That will alleviate the housing needs of the people who actually work here and can't afford to live here. Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who called in. It's good to see us moving forward on these elements. It is progress. Obviously, what we're doing today is just one part of a broader strategy. There's multiple other things that go into this: our land use elements, efforts around VMT, climate change, habitat preservation. I mean, everything that we're doing is coming into the future of the general plan and the implementation of that, and really the future of San Diego County and where we go. We also have a lot of things that create natural tensions. We know that we need to build more housing. We know that we need to build more housing that is more affordable. We also know that we have to begin to shift into infill rather than new sprawl developments. We have the stark reality that there are not many transit-oriented development opportunities in the unincorporated area. And we have issues of fire. We just go back to yesterday and the presentation we saw on the fire dangers in our county, and you look at that map and you overlay it with the other map, and you see the challenges. We know we have concerns around AB 686 when it comes to meeting our RENA goals, particularly if we have to meet those in relatively small geographic areas, and how you just structurally do that. And we have everything that we're implementing as it comes down surrounding climate change, VMT, RENA numbers, regional transportation plans, and all this. All of those are tensions that we have to grapple with as a board as we consider how we most appropriately move forward in order to build housing that is affordable and build it in the right places, also aligning it with our regional transportation system and network and what that looks like into the future. So there's a lot of things that need to be aligned. There's also a lot of different jurisdictions that are involved in this. And so as a board, these are things that we have to continue to really focus on, and it takes a great level of professionalism and expertise, and also as a board understanding that those tensions are real, and there's nothing we're going to do that's going to satisfy everyone out there. So the challenge is, how do we put in place things that are going to achieve the overarching goals and aims we need as best we can? I think that there are a lot of things in this housing element in particular that are really good. And I think that there are a lot of things that help us smartly and effectively achieve that aim of getting more housing in a more affordable way in the right location. I think that there are going to be opportunities and things that are included in here that can help partnering around transit-oriented development, around infill, around the affordability. And when you spend the time and you go through the totality of this housing element, you'll see a significant number of programs that are designed to meet that aim, to create housing. And I want to make sure as we move forward as a board, because there are a significant number of programs, and again, that's a good thing. I mean this in the most positive way. There are a lot of efforts around how do we more quickly build more housing in the right place. But I think it's going to be important for us to assess as we move forward, are these programs working or not working? Do you have enough capacity and enough staff time to be able to fully implement these programs, to be able to really achieve the aims so that we as a board can see the benefits? Hey, this one worked really great. Okay, let's do more of that one. This other one did not work. Why did it not work? And it doesn't, look, we should try things. The fact that we try a program and it doesn't work doesn't mean that was a failure at all. We need to be willing to try things. And then if it doesn't work, we'll say, okay, well, we tried that. That didn't work. Let's assess why. Is there something we could have done different, or no, it just didn't work? Okay, well, then let's put our energy behind the other ones. For example, we had the Affordable Housing Streamlining Program. It's great. That's a great program, except only 5 applicants used it. Now, that doesn't mean that we did anything wrong, right? It was a great intention and great effort. But does it mean we need to do more outreach? Does it mean we need to do more engagement? Does it mean we need to change something in that? Or does it mean, like, you know what, maybe that one's just not going to work and we should set that one aside and put our energy into the other ones? And I think as a county, we have to be willing to try these different things, and we have to be willing to look for innovative programs and efforts that we're doing. I like in this program, I like the by right approvals. right around affordability. I really like that. I think that can help expedite what we're doing. I like the minimum density efforts. I think that is a really good thing that we're doing. I like the lot consolidations. Again, some of these are things that come down. I in particular like the commercial mixed use assessment of housing. Like there's some opportunities there as the economy changes and things shift around for what we can do. Design review process. There's a lot of really good things in here, but we're going to have to continue to push because we have all of these tensions and we have all of these challenges, and so anything we can do to make it easier. I also think as a board we're going to have to be willing to consider as we move forward, you know, on some of these larger programs, how we help some of those get to viability. Meaning if we're going to have, you know, some of these things in place that we need to do because there are other policy priorities, then sometimes if that's just simply not going to pencil out and no one's going to build in those conditions, well, let's come in and say, okay, is there something we could do to help propel that? So, you know, I think that there's a lot in here and a lot of work to do moving forward. I also think the other elements that are in here are really good. You know, we've heard some concerns about wildfire evacuations and sprawls associated with the safety element. You know, those are valid concerns. No one ever wants to be in a paradise type situation. And so I think we have thought a lot about that as we think about new housing, where it goes, you know, the roads in, the roads out, and a lot of those. But again, the safety element is just one tool to help address and mitigate those risks. We've got multiple options that we need to do, particularly around fire danger. It is not just the safety element alone. And then last point I want to make is I think the EJ element is absolutely essential, and I think it's important. I think it's a wonderful addition to this, and very pleased to see the development of that and the real passion and energy that went into that in a very positive way. And so I think that is really good. I know a number of my colleagues are going to have points. Just to start us off, I'm going to put a motion on the table just to start our discussion, but we have plenty of time to kind of talk and work through these. If we can pull the worksheet up on the screen, just so we can kind of track the choices we're making. So what I'm going to do is make a motion, and I'll go through this a couple times so everyone kind of knows what we're discussing. But essentially, at the first section there, 1, 2, and 3. So my motion would be to adopt recommendations 1, 2, and 3 at the top. So 1, 2, and 3 right there under the 3-element staff recommendations. Now let's scroll down. Under 4, I would recommend that we adopt the top one, option 1, under 4A. So under 4A, I would recommend option 1, the staff recommendation. Under 4B, I would also recommend option 1. I would include items 5 and 6. And under number 7, I would go with option 2. And so what I'm going to do is make a motion for the items in this being 1, 2, 3. Under 4A, we would do option 1. Under 4B, we would do option 1. 5, 6, and under 7, we would do option 2. Okay, and a second. So we have a motion by myself, a second by Supervisor Lawson-Remer. And again, this is just to get us started, and we'll see where we go. But with that, let me go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I want to first start off by saying thank you to staff for all the work that they've done. And I do really appreciate these worksheets because I think they really are helpful in understanding where we're at. So I do support the 3 recommendations regarding the EIR findings. As it relates to the housing element options, I am ready to support the adoption of the housing element with this particular option, number 1, not only because we want to comply by the deadline, the August 13th deadline, but I also want to say that I want to ensure that the previous direction to identify sites located in villages that have access to transit, water, sewer, and infrastructure are important. And then screening out sites with environmental constraints located in very high fire hazard risks and sites located outside of the VNT efficiency areas. As it relates to 4B, our safety element needs to move forward in conjunction with the housing element, and I appreciate the work done by staff to integrate feedback received from several organizations on minimizing risk in high fire hazard areas, updating measures for brush clearance, especially along emergency access routes, and I look forward to receiving continued updates on evacuation route data. I also look forward to approving and implementing the new environmental justice element, which will focus on identifying environmental justice communities in the unincorporated region that have been disproportionately impacted by environmental pollution or industrial or hazardous waste that can lead to negative health effects or exposure for residents. We have a lot of work ahead across many county departments, as Chair Fletcher stated, but in partnership with other agencies, I know that we were going to be able to improve conditions in environmental justice communities. I also look forward to supporting additional funding for these efforts in future budgets. I want to advocate for the development of a regional data clearinghouse using census tract data that can align data reporting and monitoring at the regional and census tract levels, please. And I also want to support the county's efforts to embed environmental justice goals, policies, and actions in future updates to the county's general plan and climate action plan. I also want to encourage culturally appropriate civic engagement in our environmental justice communities to ensure the voices of residents are heard in this process. And I want to work with the Department of Parks and Rec to increase recreational opportunities in environmental justice communities. I also want to advocate for state and federal funding for projects to reduce the pollution in the Tijuana River Valley and prioritize incentives to reduce stationary sources of emission from factories and industries that have negatively impacted our air quality. With that, I'm happy to support adopting that resolution to approve the safety environmental justice element. And then I do have points for most of them, so give me a minute. I'm supportive of Action 5 and 6 to allocate funds to the Department of Planning and Development Services as well. And then on number 7, on the optional board direction on the by right approval program, I support option 2. And I know this will not only update our RENA allocation, but it also will provide a feasibility analysis for advancing by right approval for our projects, 20% affordable housing for all 192 RENA sites. And with that, concludes my comments. And again, thank you, staff, for all the hard work on this and for making it easy for us lay people to understand all this. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Second the motion? Oh, no, that was already
second.
Yeah.
Supervisor Watson-Reamer.
Great. Well, thank you for kicking us off. I hope I strongly support your motion, and I think we're going in the right direction. I just want to begin by thanking staff and acknowledging the huge amount of work that you've put in through the past months and years on developing these new housing safety and environmental justice elements. I think it reflects a lot of thought and diligence, and I know it's often very invisible to the public, and I'm just so grateful for the difficult work. And I also want to thank you for your work on the Housing Implementation Plan, which has some thoughtful streamlining programs that may hopefully help us build more affordable housing units. That said, we face a daunting uphill battle to address the vast backlog of affordable housing needs in our community. Over the past decade, we've built less than 20% of the housing that we need for our region. And the new RENA cycle calls for another 4,000 low and moderate income units over 8 years, or 500 units per year. And we are far from on track to meeting those goals, since we built about 170 units a year in the past decade. The problem is especially bad for 2 subgroups. We need to build about 2,000 units a year for families making less than $55,000 per year, but we only built 106 units in the past decade. So that's a pretty significant shortfall, and we ended up nearly 5,000 units short for moderate income families. So home ownership is increasingly out of reach. The scale of problem is absolutely magnified when we look beyond the unincorporated county and consider the entire San Diego region. All that being said, I do want to zoom out and put this all in a broader perspective, which is to say that housing elements are important because they paint the terrain of the possible, but they are really only one, frankly, quite marginal tool in the larger regional toolkit. They only tell us where theoretically you potentially might be able to build housing. And to be honest, the proxy that we use for RENA is a terrible proxy, that we're using density as a proxy for affordability, and we all know that that is not true, that the association between density and affordability is loose at best and misleading at worst. So I do think there's a way in which our policy conversation around RENA elides and sort of obfuscates the larger challenge, which is that we really need to be thinking about not just how we identify where theoretically we might be able to build, but what do we need to be doing to partner with the people who are doing the work, building homes in our community, to make it possible for them to actually build homes in our community. I think we need to, again, this is not the place for it in this housing element, but I just do want to note that we need to be strengthening the rest of our toolkit, which is, developing land value capture programs, leveraging public land to jumpstart affordable and median income housing production, and building partnerships to ensure regional housing challenges are met with regional housing solutions. So I understand staff is currently working on an agenda around innovative housing solutions. My office is also very focused on this. I've invited stakeholders to reach out to engage in a dialogue. Have had some wonderful conversations. I'm going to be continuing to have those conversations over the coming months. This is a very big priority for me and for my team. So if you are focused on housing, you want to do more than count beans around RENA, you want to look at innovative solutions, I very much invite all of our partners in the public to come talk to me, to come meet with me, because I look forward to continuing to work together to make sure that the county is taking a leadership role on housing across the board, especially for median income working families and affordable housing, and delivering solutions for our communities. So again, I really appreciate and thank you for all of your work. I think you've done the best you can, possibly can, with the mandate you were given, and I look forward to building on that as we move forward.
Thank you. I'll go to Supervisor Anderson and then Supervisor Desmond.
I want to thank staff too. This is a lot of work putting together. I agree with everything that's been said thus far, and I know that we have a general plan annual progress report, and I'd like for us moving forward to include where we are in production. So we have these RENA numbers every year. I think it's important. I think Supervisor Lawson-Remer brought up a great point. We've fallen short over past years, and I think having that reported out annually instead of every 4 years, I think it's really important so that we can make those adjustments that you're speaking of, Chairman Fletcher. With that in mind, I'm happy to support this, but under item 5, I have some amendments for us to consider. We want to look at everything with fresh eyes, and more housing types that are easier to construct and are more affordable, I think should be part of that consideration. So for the implementation program of 3.1.1.d, diversity of land use designation in building type, I'd like to add a variety of innovation housing types, but not limited to movable tiny houses, 3D printed homes, and new prefab housing types that meet state and local building code standards. For implementation of 3.1.1H, housing yield in mixed-use zones, including mixed-use and commercial sites, as construction as part of the feasibility analysis expanding by right program. And by the way, this is when 20% affordable housing site is provided. I'd like for it to return to the board in December with a funding and resource needs so that we know exactly, so we can incentivize, just as you spoke, to meet the environmental impact in affordability. And then I'd like to direct staff to explore feasibility of developing a program that would facilitate, remove barriers to senior and assisted living housing developments. As our population gets older, there's going to be a greater and greater need. And for many of these facilities, we're not talking about increasing traffic. They're not driving. So it's really important that we take that into consideration moving forward. But to return to the board with program options, funding, and resources necessary by the end of 2021 to further this direction. And then finally, I'd like to direct staff to explore the feasibility of developing small lot subdivision programs and return to the board with program options, funding, and resources necessary at the end of 2021 so we can continue with it. I think that I think that you all hit on it, and I agree. We need to take a look at all options and make sure that we're meeting to the best of our ability the needs of the community. And I think they go hand in hand. And a lot of this redevelopment, one of the concerns that was brought to my attention is that in the past we've moved in a way where we've hit less than 50% of our RHNA goals in an area that was identified. So I'm looking at ways that we can explore to hit over 70% of the RHNA goals where we've identified those RHNA housings can go. And that we do it by right as often as possible, because so often the cost of the process prohibits the affordability. And I want to make sure that these new homes that we're looking at are as affordable to all San Diegans. Thank you.
So thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Appreciate you clearly done your homework on this item and spent time on it, and appreciate the thoroughness at which you reviewed the proposal before us today. So Supervisor Anderson is suggesting a friendly amendment, and I want to restate a few of these items. I'm fine accepting all of those. After I restate them, I'll ask the seconder of the motion. But essentially what we have is the first added recommendation. We would just kind of add this to the end, that during the next general plan annual progress report, staff report out our housing production numbers on an annual basis, and then also potentially identify a goal, an annual goal that we want to try and meet. The second change, again, relates to implementation program 311D, diversity of land use designation and building types, and ensuring that a variety of housing types is further defined to include a variety of innovative housing types, but not limited to movable tiny homes, 3D printed homes, new prefab housing types that meet state and local building code standards. That would be the second change. The third relates to implementation program 311H, housing yields in mixed use zones, to include mixed use and commercial sites as a consideration as part of the feasibility analysis of expanding by right programs, where 20% affordable housing on site is provided, and to return to this board in December with funding and resource needs. The fourth change is around elder and assisted living facilities, directing staff to explore the feasibility of developing a program that would facilitate, remove barriers to senior housing development, to return to the board with program options, funding, and resources, again, by December of this year for further direction. And the fifth change surrounds small lot subdivisions, direct staff to explore the feasibility of developing a small lot subdivision program and return to the board with program options, funding, and resources, again, by December of this year. Let me ask the seconder of the motion. Wonderful. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add that when you say it, it sounds so much better than when I said it.
Oh, you did great.
I want to vote for it more now than ever before.
Thank you. I think this improves and strengthens what we're doing, and pleased to accept this. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the input and all the talk about building housing. I'm excited about that. And I know nobody wants sprawl. Everyone wants infill, but if you build right up against the freeway, there's enough opportunities for fire evacuations and things like that I know are a big issue with people. But, you know, and I came in today ready to support all of this. However, I found a 36 double-sided page errata in front of me. And I realized this went out about 6 o'clock last night, but I did not have a chance to look at it. And in between speakers and the presentations, me and my staff were looking at it. There's about 15 pages of changes in the housing implementation plan that specifically reference Rancho Santa Fe, Fallbrook, Twin Oaks, and North County Metro. In addition to place-based strategies and low-income communities, environmental justice communities, implementation plans that includes programs for foreclosure, assistance resources, and rent control policies, which in my opinion have a negative effect on housing. So the fact that, I just saw this morning, and the fact that my communities, the communities of Rancho Santa Fe, Fallbrook, Twin Oaks, and North County Metro should have been reached out to. And I don't think they had enough time with this errata for that possibility. So I'd like to ask to have, that the housing element be continued is I'm ready to support all of it, and I'm ready to support the housing element as was presented in these 4 inches of paperwork. But the errata makes changes that I think my communities need to hear about and weigh in on. If I could either continue the housing element, or if you'd allow an item 4A to be a separate vote, and I could register a no vote on that until my communities have had that outreach. That would be my request.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we'll continue it.
Okay, well, if I could have 4A pulled out, I'd appreciate that as a separate vote.
Okay. Let me see if there's any other comments, and then we can probably do that. Any other comments? Okay, so what we're going to do, we've got a motion on the table. So what we're going to do first is we're going to vote standalone on 4A option 1. So we will do that, and then we will come back and vote on the totality of the rest of it. So what we're doing on right now is we are simply voting on 4A option 1. We have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to vote on recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4B option 1, 5, 6, 7 option 2, along with the 5 suggested changes from Supervisor Anderson. Does anyone need those restated? I think we're all good. All right, not seeing any discussion, please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to move to agenda item number 2, Climate Action Plan Update Progress Report. We'll get a staff presentation on this, hear from the public, and then come back to the board. Thank you to everyone. We'll give everyone a minute to get changed out.
Thanks. And thank you, Chair, for pulling out 4A. Thank you.
All right, y'all ready? All right, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, and good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Kathleen Flannery, and with me today is Kelly Bray. We will be presenting on the status of the county's Climate Action Plan, or CAP, update. In January of this year, the board provided a framework for the future to take bold steps with the Climate Action Plan update that would establish the county as a leader by calling for a net zero carbon emission goal with an equity focus. To achieve this, the Climate Action Plan update will use updated data and modeling to establish policies that ensure greenhouse gas emission reductions. This will be shaped by robust community engagement, and the CAP update will focus on environmental justice and equity in order to recognize and address climate impacts experienced by our most vulnerable, unincorporated communities. The Climate Action Plan update will result in the development of programs and actions that mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and achieve complementary benefits such as clean air, expanded access to sustainable energy sources, efficient use of water supplies, and expansion of the green economy. This project will help our communities adapt to the changing climate by becoming more resilient to the effects of climate change. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide a progress report on the Climate Action Plan update, which has been shaped by 2 meetings with the Climate Advisory Committee, and to inform the board about staff's approach to the development of CAP measures for inclusion in the plan, smart growth alternatives for inclusion in the environmental document, and public outreach and engagement. Before we describe what the Climate Action Plan update is, let's give a little bit of context. The county's 2011 general plan reduced residential capacity by about 15% and concentrated 80% of the capacity closest to cities and existing infrastructure. The plan also created a new village-focused land use pattern. You can see on this slide that the entire San Diego region encompasses approximately 2.9 million acres. The unincorporated area accounts for 2.2 million of those acres. However, 65% of this area includes tribal lands, military installations, and state and federally owned lands. As a result, within the unincorporated area, the county has land use jurisdiction over approximately 772,000 acres, or 35% of the area. The CAP update will cover this remaining unincorporated area. The county's 2011 general plan includes 7 different elements, such as land use, housing, and environmental justice, to name a few. The general plan environmental impact report also contained a requirement to prepare a climate action plan to mitigate for greenhouse gas emissions associated with future development. The CAP update will include greenhouse gas reduction measures, or CAP measures, in 5 sectors: built environment, transportation, energy, agriculture and conservation, water and wastewater, and solid waste. CAP measures will guide the development of programs, policies, and actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the unincorporated areas and in county operations. Adoption of the CAP update is a discretionary act by the board and therefore must comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The CAP update requires the preparation of a new supplemental environmental impact report, or EIR, because the general plan EIR did not evaluate the environmental impacts from implementing the CAP measures themselves. CEQA also requires that the supplemental EIR include and evaluate alternatives to the CAP update that would reduce significant impacts from the project. The appellate court ruled that the supplemental EIR must include at least one smart growth alternative. The supplemental EIR must evaluate alternatives to the CAP update that would reduce significant impacts from implementing the CAP measures while still meeting most of the objectives of the CAP. Alternatives may include policy changes, various combinations of CAP measures that achieve the greenhouse gas emission targets, or other options. As stated, the appellate court mandated the project must include at least one smart growth alternative. While the court did not fully define smart growth, it did state that smart growth should reduce vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. Smart growth areas for new development in the unincorporated area could include compact, efficient, and environmentally friendly design, proximity to job centers, services, and amenities, and/or presence of mobility infrastructure or other considerations. Therefore, the smart growth alternative will achieve greenhouse gas emission reductions beyond what the CAP measures can do alone. During the CAP hearings, the board will have the option to adopt any of the project alternatives, including one of the smart growth alternatives. If a smart growth alternative is selected by the board for adoption, it could result in new incentives for development in specific areas of the unincorporated county. The smart growth alternative could include disincentives to discourage development in locations outside of smart growth areas. Choosing a smart growth alternative could mean selecting a geographic boundary or boundaries within the unincorporated county to designate as smart growth areas. This would not necessarily result in changes to the land use map or zoning, but could result in the placement of a planning overlay zone in those areas, which could assign new smart growth designators to the properties within it. The example shown in this diagram includes VMT-efficient areas based upon unincorporated area averages. Please note this is just an example and is not the selected or determined smart growth area. Next, the board could select policies and programs that could incentivize residential, commercial, and mixed-use growth in those areas. Incentives for new development may include actions which could be implemented in a relatively short time frame of under 2 years, such as application streamlining, subsidies, or fee waivers, which could reduce the cost to develop. Other actions could require a longer implementation time frame due to the need for additional analysis and environmental review. This set of incentives could include options to encourage mixed uses on previously designated commercial-only property, density bonuses, and by right approvals for specific land use types. As part of future actions, the board could consider changes in land use designations that could result in upzoning or downzoning. If the board is interested in changing land use designations of the general plan, those actions could occur after the CAP hearings and could take up to 4 years to implement due to the need for additional analysis and environmental review. Staff hosted a public workshop on June 30th and received a number of comments on the smart growth alternative topic, including the following. Characteristics of areas considered to be smart growth included proximity to transit, mixed uses, away from wildfire risk, and in village cores. Incentives to encourage growth in smart growth areas included increased density, reduced fees for affordable, senior, and multifamily housing, streamlined processes, and financing options. Some stakeholders mentioned the need for disincentives in areas outside of smart growth areas, such as vehicle miles traveled and wildfire fees, and stricter permit criteria. Some stakeholders have also expressed interest in seeing the CAP update align with the SANDAG Sustainable Community Strategy growth forecast by placing all unincorporated area future growth in mobility hubs. Staff also met with various stakeholder groups in focused meetings to discuss smart growth alternatives and will continue to meet to gather input throughout the summer. Next, we will discuss primary components of the CAP update project.
The preparation of the CAP update requires several discrete steps. First, data is gathered from community and county operations sources to create a baseline inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. This inventory is a snapshot of emissions associated with various activities in a given year. Staff anticipates that the CAP update baseline inventory will utilize 2019 data. Data are currently being collected, evaluated, and categorized for the respective inventories. Second, once the baseline inventory of greenhouse gas emissions has been completed, those emissions are projected out through 2050 to determine estimates of the expected increase in emissions that would be generated without any actions taken to reduce them. As a mitigation measure for the 2011 general plan, the CAP update must quantify greenhouse gas emissions that are anticipated from new development in the unincorporated area. The identification of how many new residential units will be needed to satisfy demand in future years is based upon a number of factors, including population and employment projections provided by SANDAG, existing capacity for new development in the 2011 general plan, regional housing needs assessment allocations, and market and economic considerations. The amount of new development anticipated through 2050 forms the basis for the community emissions projections and results in metrics including expected vehicle miles traveled per person, energy and water use per person, and waste generation per person, among other factors. Finally, consistent with state legislation and board direction, greenhouse gas reduction targets and goals will be established for future years through 2050, with the goal of net zero emissions between 2035 and 2045. Development of the greenhouse gas reduction policies, or CAP measures, is at the heart of the CAP update. The number of CAP measures included in the CAP update is primarily determined by the amount of emissions reductions needed to achieve targets. But as a mitigation measure for the county's general plan, CAP measures must also meet specific criteria to demonstrate and ensure that greenhouse gas reductions will occur. Therefore, to be a CAP measure, the county must have data to demonstrate and quantify the reduction over time, jurisdictional authority to enforce the action, and the ability to monitor reductions over time. CAP measures must also be additional to existing regulations, meaning that the action would not have otherwise occurred. CAP measures reduce greenhouse gas emissions in 3 primary ways. First, some measures will focus on creating new opportunities to avoid emissions, such as substituting renewable energy for natural gas, while some measures will seek to reduce emissions, such as implementing an employee teleworking program that reduces the number of miles employees drive to work every week. Finally, some measures will function to sequester or store carbon, such as in tree planting programs or other natural lands preservation. In order to achieve net zero emissions by 2035 to 2045, the CAP update will prioritize measures that reduce and avoid emissions, but will also consider opportunities to support programming that store carbon in natural and working lands. Staff are currently investigating the types and scale of these opportunities that exist in the unincorporated area, but early research indicates these opportunities to be of limited supply and primarily available in agricultural and forestry projects. The measure development process will start by working with the public and stakeholders to determine what a net zero emissions future looks like within each greenhouse gas emissions sector. Net zero emissions means that the CAP update would reduce all of the greenhouse gas emissions we are producing in the community and operations inventories as projected by 2035-2045 without purchasing carbon offsets. Preparation of a vision statement will help staff to identify strategies that can meet the goal of net zero emissions and focus efforts to improve equitable outcomes by prioritizing complementary benefits such as clean air and access to sustainable energy and efficient water supplies. 2018 measures will be evaluated for opportunities to expand or revise to achieve additional reductions. New CAP measures will be developed based upon opportunities to expand existing regulations or incentivize new, less carbon-intensive behaviors. Measures that are quantifiable and contribute to the 2030 GHG emissions reduction target or net zero emissions goal will be included in the CAP update. Actions that are not quantifiable but support a net zero emissions goal, for example, changes in legislative policy, regional collaboration, address equity, or others, will also be included in the CAP update, but will not be counted towards quantifiable targets. Public outreach and participation is at the core of the CAP update process. Staff has been engaging with our diverse stakeholders to ensure the CAP update is shaped by community input. Staff will be using various platforms to continue to engage a diverse stakeholder base. Planned engagement will use the use of virtual large format public workshops, project website and email updates, social media campaigns, outreach events, multi-platform surveys, and in-person events. Focused discussions are also important to the community engagement strategy and include stakeholder interviews, presentations to community, business, special interest groups, and the Climate Advisory Committee. Staff is also developing methods to reach broader audiences, including language-accessible materials and interactive content such as videos, polling questions, and others. Recognizing that some residents may not be willing or able to access digital materials, staff will begin to incorporate more in-person engagement strategies. Staff conducted a general project workshop on April 21st, 2021. Through a series of polls, attendees spoke to their personal experience and concerns regarding climate change. Attendees also provided suggestions for mitigation strategies with themes of reducing vehicle miles traveled by supporting alternative transportation options, including electric vehicles, constructing energy and water efficient buildings, and sequestering carbon by planting more trees and supporting agriculture. Other important issues that attendees noted included the need to educate more around climate change and consideration of health impacts and air quality. As previously mentioned, equitable climate action planning is a primary focus of the CAP Update project. This involves identifying communities who are most vulnerable to climate change and ensuring that the planning processes and distribution of resources is fair and inclusive. Over the last few months, we've heard from a number of the public that are concerned about the disproportionate effects of climate change on our communities of concern. In June, we held our first equity-focused workshop to learn more about what equity in the CAP update should look like. Throughout the meeting, we engaged participants with a series of poll questions. This slide depicts a word cloud created by attendees. You can see that when we asked, what does a focus on equity in the CAP update look like to you? The words inclusion, fairness, justice, and accessible were the most salient. Other feedback we heard was, consider how to address systemic issues of white supremacy, patriarchy, and systems of oppression that contribute to unequal outcomes and permeate San Diego institutions. Consider how concerns like air pollution, transportation, asthma, affordable housing, and mental health issues stemming from environmental and economic stress relate to the CAP update. And consider ways to increase input and inclusion by expanding meeting options and build transparency and trust in the process. County staff are currently preparing a roadmap for equity that will expand engagement activities within the unincorporated area's vulnerable communities by seeking to meet with community residents and leaders on the topic of climate change and environmental effects. The project team is currently working on several aspects of the project at the same time, including processing the greenhouse gas emissions data and continuing to work towards a complete emissions inventory and projections, considering which of the 2018 CAP measures to include in the CAP update and whether to expand them, developing an approach to identifying new CAP measures, and preparing the environmental document, including smart growth alternatives. Looking ahead, staff will integrate the input received at this public hearing and upcoming community engagement efforts to develop new CAP measures that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and create complementary benefits for our communities. Staff will host several CAP measure development workshops beginning first on July 28th and ongoing throughout the summer and fall. Stakeholder discussions will continue to drive the development of project alternatives, including refinement of the smart growth boundary options and incentive programming. Staff will meet with the Climate Advisory Committee in August and will return to the board in September to report progress. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on our approach to CAP measure development, smart growth alternatives, and public engagement. We are available for comments and questions at this time.
Thank you for the presentation. Let's go to our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 22 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 20 requesting to speak by phone. We also received 30 e-comments, 27 of those in favor and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board and ask you to please state your name for the audio record. We'll begin with the in-person, the in-favor individual, Kelvin Barrios, followed by the individual in opposition, Audra Morgan.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and County Board of Supervisors. It's been a long time. I'm here with Laborers Local 89. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I'm the Director of Government Affairs. We're here to talk more about, I had some prepared remarks, but really want to just address the supervisors that we want to be engaged a little bit better when it comes down to the Climate Action Plan. We haven't been aware of any hearings, any input sessions, and we do represent 3,800 workers in San Diego County, and a lot of them are actually in those groups that get affected by some of these policies that, as we're looking to go more to a greener economy, as we're looking to work towards decarbonization or achieving our state goals, our workers get impacted on those jobs, and we are looking ahead, and we could lose 20% of a workforce, and that could impact our ability to be able to provide for the rest of our organization. We have trust funds. If you have workers that it takes 5 years to vest into a pension plan, and if they lose their jobs, they don't get those type of benefits. So we really want to work through some of these issues as we're looking at policies, but from a worker lens, and we would like to be more engaged in this process, and ultimately, be supportive of a plan that that everyone can support. Again, thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Audra Morgan. Before I was interrupted last time, I did have something I wanted to say, because it was about the housing and how you're had a hard time building all the ones you need to build. So how are you going to ensure that you're going to accomplish what you're trying to get done for all these homes that you're building. That's kind of something that I was wondering. And if people are leaving and you're manufacturing these, are they leaving quicker than you're building them? Are they going to be available for people to want to stay? And if you're trying to create communities that are closer together, just everything, so you're not having to travel as much, what about people? I mean, this is a very big county, and so, you know, I live in Fallbrook, but I mean, there's nothing there. I mean, I wouldn't want to be stuck just there and not be able to go outside of there to the rest of the county. There's a lot more to offer. So what's going to make people want to stay in these areas? I mean, and cutting the travel, as far as getting an electric car or something like that, what about all the, I mean, is there going to be some kind of help for people to get these vehicles? I mean, are you going to cancel the other vehicles out and make it so that they can't be driving gas cars? You know, I feel like that's going to cost people more money in the long run. In addition, I mean, the electric vehicles have lithium batteries, so how is that in long term good for the environment? And so the solar panels as well have these lithium batteries, so how are those going to be a good impact on the environment if we're talking about environmental justice? I feel like all those things have to be addressed, not just some of them. And for the reduction of the greenhouse gases to be that drastic in 30 years, it seems a little bit reaching in numbers. And I mean, we breathe out greenhouse gases as well, so.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of your phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record, and I'll also remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 8046. 8046. Please press *6 to unmute. 8046.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Noah Harris with Climate Action Campaign. Thank you to the supervisors and staff for working towards the climate action plan aligned with Executive Order B5518, which calls for carbon neutrality as soon as possible and which climate science says is necessary. I want to focus my comments on a strategy specifically in the 2018 CAP known as the Local Direct Investment Program, which was an amorphous offset program without any specific evidence that it would achieve its associated emissions reductions. And as has been emphasized today, each strategy must be supported by specific evidence to be CEQA qualified. It should be noted that in a recent Energy Policy Initiative Center study, it showed that there are limited opportunities to use existing protocols for offset credit projects in the San Diego region, which is why we want to urge the county to prioritize those direct emissions reduction measures, and all of which should be clearly outlined throughout the CAP. And finally, I want to thank the staff for their work on the smart growth alternatives in the supplemental EIR. We're very encouraged by this potential suite of incentives and disincentives to achieve smart growth and look forward to continued collaboration there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8569. 8569, please press *6 to unmute. 8569.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Hi, good morning, Chair Fletcher, honorable supervisors. My name is Frank Landis, and I was enjoying listening in about the latest update on the Climate Action Plan. While I do not speak for the environmental community on this, I think I can safely say that we all hope this iteration of the CAP will be the last, so that the county can get down to the business of transforming itself to deal with the climate change that we're already and unfortunately experiencing. I wanted to point out an issue with the CAP. I suspect a lot of people are already aware of it, but it is serious and it's certainly fixable. And that issue is siloing. The interactions between the sections that the CAP has been broken into need more work. And we can all do better on figuring out how these interactions work, because the interactions really are critical. And I wanted to just give one example, and this is a riff off of something Supervisor Anderson said about BMTs when the board heard that issue earlier this year. Key number here is 4 miles per kilowatt hour. That is about how far electric vehicles travel, 4 miles per kilowatt hour on the batteries. The technology is unlikely to get them to 10, let alone 20 miles per kilowatt hour. This figure, and I'll emphasize again, 4 miles per kilowatt hour, allows planners to design developments to supply part of their VMTs off of on-site solar arrays. Vehicles are, well, to back up, we live in the heart of car country where the whole culture around cars was developed. And so vehicles are just a huge thing here, both for power and impact. And so developments that can power their own vehicles are really critical. However, VMTs and how to power the county sustainably are two different discussions, and there's not really a bridge between them. So right now in the CAP, there's no way to help developers see ways to permanently slash county emissions and to take the burden off of other areas for producing their electricity. It would be very good to have these connections. The added benefit to districts 2 and 5 is that this would hopefully lead to fewer fights over industrial solar plants being sited in the backcountry. And this is just one example of many. It's just, I told it because it was obvious, it was something known. Anyway, thank you very much for taking my comments, and thank you for working so hard on this difficult issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4831. 4831, please press *6 to unmute. 4831.
Hello,
Go ahead.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Dr. Christine James, and I am a member of the Public Health Advisory Council of Climate Action Campaign. I am calling to urge the county to adopt a climate action plan that meets the scale and scope of the climate emergency and that meaningfully integrates climate justice, equity, and good union jobs throughout the plan. The extreme heat that has enveloped the world this summer and has caused the unnecessary deaths of so many is just one example of the many health crises I, my colleagues, and all of our patients will face unless we do not take steps towards a zero-carbon future by 2045 or sooner. I ask that the county take actions such as setting a 100% clean energy target and joining a community choice energy program, committing to eliminating building methane emissions through building electrification to safeguard public health from dangerous indoor air pollutants, ensuring equitable development of housing near jobs and transit to reduce car dependence and stop backcountry sprawl, and supporting the establishment of a regional climate network to facilitate regional collaboration towards climate goals. In the words of Naomi Klein, our challenge is less to save the earth from ourselves and more to save ourselves from an earth that, if pushed too far, has ample power to rock, burn, and shake us off completely. Even though we are in the midst
We appear to have lost that caller. Our next caller is 1675. 1675, please press *6 to unmute. 1675. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Joyce Lane, and I'm calling in from San Diego 350. To address climate change, housing goals, and more, we must have coordination and cooperation between all the cities and the county. This includes stopping sprawl and providing affordable housing. The smart growth alternative that is really smart by stopping sprawl, promoting the use of transit, and providing affordable housing where households can easily access jobs and not be dependent on private car mobility. There is also an important equity component. Sprawl is really white flight that promotes racial and ethnic segregation and sucks resources away from sustaining urban communities. It's also important not to allow any offset. We hope that the county will set a 100% clean energy target and join a community choice energy program and commit to also eliminating any building methane emissions through building electrification to safeguard public health from dangerous indoor air pollutants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be 2809. 2809, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Dr. Peter Anderson with Sierra Club. And first of all, I want to thank the staff and the supervisors for their great collaboration thus far this year in working with a climate action plan and a smart growth alternative. But as we proceed, I just want to provide a couple reminders to the staff and to the Board of Supervisors. First of all, to make sure your climate action plan is compliant with recent court decisions by the Sierra Club and the Cleveland National Forest Foundation. In addition, as you pass numerous measures, make sure that these are consistent. And I'm talking about consistency with not allowing development in the high and very high fire zones, providing affordable housing, providing evacuation, providing environmental quality, and preventing sprawl. These are interlaced but can be contradictory issues that you're going to have to deal with. And I also just want to remind the board and the staff that this is not a theoretical pursuit. We have, in the recent weeks, experienced major fires in California, record heat, tropical storms in the southeast. This is not a theoretical pursuit. This is a very practical pursuit that depends upon survival of ourselves and the future generations. Finally, I want to make sure that, and I think the staff is well on its way to doing this, that we actually get involved in actual reductions in greenhouse gas, not just checklists that suggest that we should do some nice things, but in the end, have we reduced net greenhouse gas? Once again, thank you from Sierra Club for your hard work on this, and we look forward to collaborating with you as we go forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2703. 2703, please press *6 to unmute.
This is Larry Seitz. I oppose the climate action plan because it only focuses on blaming people and doesn't look at the sun, which is the main factor affecting the Earth's climate. The moon missions, paradoxically named after Apollo, the sun god, were looking for and found evidence of glass beads and molten glass. This evidence, also found on the Earth, implies a previous solar micronova. Smaller solar eruptions have been associated and seen in the Carrington event of the 1800s. Since then, the Earth's magnetic field has been weakening, reducing the Earth's ability to shield from such events. It has been estimated that another event of the magnitude of the Carrington event would result in the destruction of the world's electric grid and result in mass depopulation. Why is there no plan for solar climate change? Why is there no hardening of the electric grid, which we're going to be depending on for the current plan? So my question is, if there should be a catastrophic solar event, which of you will be looking for a new hobby? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6608. 6608. Please press *6 to unmute. 6608.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This is Matthew Vasilakis with Climate Action Campaign, urging the board to ensure that a 100% clean energy target with a commitment to community choice energy and measures related to building electrification, all electric homes, and a just transition be included in the CAP update. DCE is the quickest and most effective way for any community to rapidly reduce emissions. Thankfully for the county, there is an existing regional CCE program already offering the most cost-competitive rates, building steel-in-the-ground projects, and providing good union jobs that unincorporated residents may join if the board takes the necessary steps to do so this year. That program, of course, is San Diego Community Power. Equally important to our clean energy future is ending the proliferation of dangerous methane gas. Every day, families are exposed to harmful indoor air pollution, and our climate emergency worsens as methane gas seeps from pipes and buildings into our atmosphere. We need to stop the bleeding now and work with the community to develop an equitable and sustainable plan to remove this dangerous infrastructure from our neighborhoods and provide a just transition to the green economy for workers who may be impacted. Thank you for your leadership on the CAP update, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you on this critical document.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8539. 8539, please press *6 to unmute. 8539, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Honorable Supervisors.
My name is Diane Wolke. I'm a retired advanced practice nurse and public health nurse. I'm speaking today in support of a more thorough review of emissions contributing to climate change in our county. A researcher from Scripps Institute of Oceanography, Dr. Sarah Jean Royer, together with her team, discovered that plastics emit double the amount of methane than plastics in the ocean when they're on land. Methane is 21 more times more potent than carbon dioxide. They also found that ethylene emissions are 76 times greater on land than in the ocean. These emissions occur 24 hours a day. We currently have 3.4 million square feet of petrochemical plastic carpeting our county. Our children are playing on this carpet. It's called synthetic turf. As shocking as that number may seem, it is small when it's compared to a true number, which is unidentifiable. If we were to include residential and commercial settings, gyms, spas, child care centers, rooftops, balconies, batting cages, golf courses, and illegally docked stockpiles, illegally dumped. This number also does not include synthetic running tracks or playground surfaces, the majority of which are made from toxic and carcinogenic chrome-used tires. Patents show that these unregulated plastic carpets include toxic and carcinogenic materials. They often include flame retardants and pesticides not approved for inclusion in these carpets. Greenwashing by the industry is rampant. Organic turf and infill simply means it is carbon-based, or perfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, which are also in these massive carpets. Organic infills contribute excess nutrients to the soil and waterways, thereby contributing to the increasing number and frequency of toxic algae blooms. They, too, have been shown to contain toxic chemicals. With plastic carpets and infill, the county currently is looking at 73,645,885 pounds of wholly unnecessary plastic waste landfilled every
Thank you.
year, where it continues to eliminate toxic gas.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3135. 3135, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Shayla I, and I'm with Human Climate Solutions. I'm calling in to urge the county to adopt a climate action plan that meets the scale and the scope of the climate emergency, integrating climate justice, equity, and good union jobs within the plan. We're calling for zero carbon by 2035 or sooner with the following strategies. First, to set a 100% clean energy target and join a community choice energy program like San Diego Community Power. 2, commit to eliminating building methane emissions and protecting public health through building electrification. 3, commit to equitable development of housing near jobs and transit to reduce car dependency and stop backcountry sprawl. 4, finally, support the establishment of a regional climate network to facilitate regional collaboration towards climate goals. Thank you so much for trying to become a leader on climate action, and we hope that you consider these suggestions strongly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1606. 1606, please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you. My name is Bruce Bakar. I'm a resident of District 4, an OBGYN physician and surgeon. I've been here second time since 1989. I also went to UCSD. I've been involved with global warming, as it was romantically called, originally since 2006, ever since Scripps Institution of Oceanography published a lot of data about threats to this coastline that I came to live by, that I love so much. But increasingly over the last several years, I've been more concerned about threats to human health. Here in San Diego, our climate crisis takes the form not only of a nearly continuous fire season, but drought that looks like it's becoming also endless, and increased rate of infectious disease, and also record high temperatures. And just looking at the news the last couple of weeks, those numbers are astonishing. The climate crisis disproportionately hurts the elderly, the poor and the uninsured, minorities, children, and now we're finding out pregnant women and their babies as well. Doctors can improve patient care. They can incorporate these risks, but this kind of adaptation is not going to solve the problem. To make a medical analogy, our climate crisis is not like a chronic illness. It's more like a cancer. It has to be stopped. It has to be eradicated, which requires systems change, and that is your job. We need a climate action plan that addresses the severity of this truly existential threat. The actions that you take can be both win-win and also immediate, addressing equity, creating new jobs, and also solving environmental injustice. So we're asking for you to think big. Community choice energy at the county level. No more methane in buildings. We need electrification. There are plenty of good alternatives. Of course, we need to reduce sprawl. We'd also appreciate the support of a regional climate network. True leadership requires getting out in front of a crisis, and it's often unpopular. I see you demonstrating that with your response to COVID. Please, with this climate action plan, stand up for science, which has the added benefit of being actually true, and vote like leaders. Countless lives and those yet to be unborn are depending.
Our next speaker is 1785. 1785, please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, hi, my name is Craig Jones. I really appreciate this opportunity. It will be crucial for the county to adopt a climate action plan, which is a smart growth alternative, which finally stops land use sprawl. It's a false narrative to say that sprawl creates affordable. It does not. It'll be crucial to have a plan with no offsets. Crucial for the county to modify its current CEQA threshold, which is inadequate. There's horrendous impacts of climate change every day. To be honest, we see this happening. The impacts of climate change are first and worst on disadvantaged communities. The purpose of the county's climate action plan is to reduce climate change by decreasing greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases in our region come primarily from transportation, from creates greenhouse gases. As if not bad enough, sprawl does not create affordable housing, and sprawl is white flight. It sucks resources away for your existing communities. So please do continue to work toward a really aggressive climate action plan built around a truly smart growth alternative. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2776. 2776, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and Commissioners. My name is Suzanne Hume, and I'm the Educational Director and founder of cleanearthforkids.org and a member of the San Diego Green New Building Alliance, Sierra Club, the Surfrider Foundation, North County Climate Change Alliance, and the NAACP Environmental Commission, and others working for environmental justice and a livable future, clean air and water. And we're just here today. Clean Earth for Kids supports the implementation of a comprehensive climate action plan and regional climate network. We need 100% renewable energy by 2030. Let's get that goal going. Fossil fuels cause the premature deaths of 1 in 10 people in the U.S., and fossil fuels cause the premature deaths of 1 in 5 in the world. Please commit to reducing short-lived climate pollutants by 90% by 2030. Air pollution triggers asthma and causes decreased lung function, heart disease, cancer, and serious problems. We need building electrification ordinances to stop, and also to stop sprawl, increase public transportation opportunities, reduce dependence on our cars, and add no idling policy to the cap like Oceanside. We must invest in natural solutions, wetlands, open spaces, parks, trees for cooling and filtering the air, especially near highways, and invest in healthy grass parks, not plastic synthetic turf fields that emit methane and tons of waste that are not recyclable in the U.S. It gets into microplastics in our water and air. And please include a strong IPM in the cap. Healthy soils, that helps us with our climate and protects us. Please stop synthetic pesticides and fertilizers from harming our people, our soils, wiping out our bees and ecosystems, harming our fish and air. San Diego County is the most biologically rich in the continental U.S. This is a huge responsibility. Let's take it seriously. Thank you so much from cleanearthforkids.org.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9992. 9992, please press *6 to unmute. 9992, please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back.
Hi, this is Joel Poynton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Joel Poynton. I am a resident of District 6. I have a master's in public health, environmental health service, and I have worked my entire career in environmental issues. In 2006, I started the electric transportation program for SDG&E, and in 2008, held the first multi-unit dwelling resident workshop to look at the challenges of charging electric vehicles in these types of communities. It quickly became obvious that multi-unit dwelling environments would be the largest challenge for advancing the electric vehicle market in the United States. More than 40% of carbon dioxide comes from petroleum-based transportation in California. Multi-unit dwelling vehicle charging will form the basis for major growth of electric transportation. Everyone wants to charge at home if they have an electric vehicle. More than 60% of San Diego residents live in a version of multi-unit dwellings. Until we make multi-unit dwelling charging the top priority for EV charging infrastructure, then workplace, public access, and DC fast charge charging will be underutilized resources. Help bring this underserved majority community into the EV marketplace with support for multi-unit dwelling charging, and then build the additional secondary forms of charging that can be fully utilized. Home is number one for charging. Help 60% of our residents consider electric vehicles as a transportation option, and let's enable the largest segment of our population to reduce greenhouse gases and grow the San Diego electric vehicle market. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5216. 5216, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Greetings, County Supervisors. My name is Jacob Babauta, and I'm calling on behalf of the San Diego Urban Sustainability Coalition and a proud member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. Today, we're urging the board to adopt a bold climate action plan that integrates climate justice and equity throughout its processes. We urge the county to lead toward a zero carbon emissions future by 2035 or sooner. And the county can accomplish this by committing to 100% clean renewable energy goals, and in doing this, joining the San Diego Community Power Community Choice Energy Program to accomplish that goal. Finally, as we look toward a just transition, the county must ensure that we center equity and racial justice by creating a comprehensive green jobs pipeline for BIPOC communities and communities of concern. These are all vital actions to take to ensure that we achieve an equitable future in our fight against the climate emergency. Please do your part by committing to an ambitious climate action plan that incorporates these goals and more. Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you to all the callers and the staff presentation. Let's go to my colleagues. The only action we're taking today is just to receive the report and update, but it's also an opportunity to provide some guidance, input, question, and answer, and feedback. We'll start with Vice Chair Vargas and then go to Supervisor Wasson-Reamer.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. And I want to say again, thank you to the LUE staff for the extensive work that you're doing with our climate action plan update. I appreciate the update and status on the existing gap measures, and I'm looking forward to updating these measures as part of the process. I was also pleased to see how well we're doing with acquiring open spaces, especially after doing the parks tour with staff and the Parks and Rec team about a week ago. We were out in District 1 for a couple of hours, and the reality is that we have a deficit in parks, open spaces, and tree canopies in District 1. And I think it's really critical for us to continue to refine tree canopy goals for carbon sequestration for healthier and stronger communities. I actually have to note that I was really interested in ensuring that we do more of that. I'm also looking forward to working with staff to identify more open spaces and opportunities to plant more trees in my district. I think that's extremely important as we're really looking at it. And I know it seems very in the bigger picture of the climate action plan, I think it's just really important to look at different perspectives as well. And then I also want to emphasize the need for constant coordination for the development of the GHG reduction measures and smart growth alternatives with our regional and local agencies like SANDAG and the Air Pollution Control District, especially as we're going to be adopting our regional transportation plan and APC advances the county's first community emission reduction plan this Friday. We're going to be looking at that. So I want to just ensure that our regional sustainability plan correlates with our climate action plan, and that we look forward to, and I look forward to future updates that are going to come to the Climate Advisory Committee and board throughout the year. And then anything that we can do to ensure that stakeholders from our unions can be also part of the community engagement. I know sometimes we, having done community engagement for many years in organizing, we're reaching out to certain folks, but sometimes folks that had not usually been part of it may not have been included, so I would really appreciate it if we can reach out to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Hi, yes, I would also like to thank Kelly and the team for all their hard work on this cap. Just want to sort of provide a couple comments. I mean, I think we're all quite aware of the importance of taking action on climate at this point, that it's not only causing droughts and historic droughts, as well as heat waves and wildfires and rising sea levels, and that there's so much that we need to be doing here in San Diego County to tackle these huge challenges. I also think it's important to acknowledge that communities of color and low-income communities are the most directly and disproportionately impacted by these climate risks, and our mitigation efforts need to take into account environmental justice and impacts on communities of concern. We also need to ensure that we're protecting our workers in San Diego as we begin to look at how we transition our carbon economy, and that we're building good jobs and good jobs for working families throughout our region. I do just want to provide a few thoughts. You know, I think one of the things I'm very interested in is whether we think that there are improvements to the cap, that obviously it was developed, and there's pieces of the cap that were not litigated, but I could imagine could be much improved. You know, certainly when you're looking at measures that did not include clear protocols, and how do we better establish protocols and make sure that we're really doing the accounting that we need to ensure that our climate action plan is as effective as possible. So I'm definitely going to be interested in ensuring that we take a careful look at different options that aren't just adhering in sort of a lockstep way with the initial climate action plan, recognizing that there's elements of that plan that were never litigated. So although theoretically they might be, quote, legal, that doesn't mean they're good or even the best possible. So I'm hoping that we're really looking at how do we do the best possible job that we can for our communities in tackling climate action. And I do think that is likely to mean revisiting some of the measures in the existing cap, and thinking about what lessons have we learned since 2011, 2012. We're 10 years later, we know a lot more. Let's use that as we sort of think about how this cap is being designed. And I'm certainly interested in the housing pieces and the smart growth strategies as something we need to be focused on. I know that housing is a critical issue for people in our communities, and how we square the circle and do the work that we need to be investing in housing for communities in San Diego County, while also taking action on climate and doing the work we need to do to protect our planet for future generations. And I think that's really the difficult work. When we begin to think of these things as either or, that's where we can find solutions. But where I'm looking for is both and. And so I'm going to be really excited to see some both and solutions as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation, and I understand and support the need for us to protect our environment. We have to clean up our messes. My mother taught me that long ago, and I still believe we need to do that. However, we still need to have places for people to live. So I believe in a balanced approach to our housing and our climate action goals. The more regulations we add, and unfortunately, the housing prices go up, and our workforce moves further and further away. The gentleman spoke earlier from Local 889 had mentioned the fact that housing prices are forcing our workers to live in Temecula, Hemet, Mexico, places far away that only increases our overall VMT and GHG emissions. One of the things that we do get kind of a balanced picture when a housing project comes before us. And the housing project says, well, it's got this many vehicle miles traveled, this many greenhouse gases, and for the size of the project and whether that's efficient or not. So we get both sides. What I'm looking for here, and I'd like to request staff, I don't know if this has to be part of a motion or not, but to analyze the housing cost impacts with any of the proposed programs so that we know, okay, if we implement this or we go forward with this, it might raise housing costs 1%, 2%, and it may even have a negative impact. And if to the best that you can on some of these policies, if it's going to cost more for housing, I think we should know that before we, moving forward, just how we know greenhouse gases and VMTs on projects. So I'd like to ask that be brought forward when we hear about proposed programs and policies and regulations for the board to consider for the climate action plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the subcommittee for giving us an update. Oh, always with the buttons. I just want to thank the subcommittee and the staff for coming forward with this. I was eager to see it. I think it's really important to our community to move forward with the plan. So seeing how you're formulating it, seeing how the direction we're going is really terrific. One of the issues that's come up at Sandig that I found to be somewhat disappointing is when they are tracking vehicle miles traveled, they don't track anything that's outside of San Diego County. Yet we know that there's a lot of people commuting along the 15 from Riverside and coming from Imperial. And I wish there was a way that we could approach it, and I'm not sure if there's any feasible way of doing it, but if we're really serious, and I believe that we are, on this climate action plan, we need to look at not just San Diego County, but how San Diego County impacts other counties and look at it for a little bit greater region so that we're not doing things that makes us feel good, but we're not further ahead in lowering and changing climate. So if there's a way of moving forward, and I don't even have a way to suggest, but if we wouldn't mind staff looking at that to incorporate those numbers, because it may be that building homes closer to where people work might actually help lower carbon and take those cars off the road. Well, I know it sounds so obvious, and I don't mean to sound silly, but when you start thinking, are we talking about 100 cars? Are we talking about 1,000 cars? Are we talking about 5,000 cars? And then when we're thinking about the previous item number 1, in where we're going to put homes. Well, even if we went and put something in Lakeside, which is outside the range, it's a heck of a lot closer than Temecula. And I think that we really need to think about how we can affect real change and have great outcomes and not just feel good. And I know this board is very serious about this, but I just wanted to add that, and I'm grateful that we had this today, because otherwise I'd have to hold that forever and never share it. So thank you.
Supervisor Wasson-Reamer.
Yeah, I just really want to upraise my colleague's voice that maybe if we build houses closer to where people work, we might do a better job working at reducing carbon emissions. Completely agree. I think that's a lot of what's driving the way I think about this work. So I appreciate that. And, I think these are complex issues, and I think we need to be looking at all the data, and certainly taking into account pressures to move to Riverside is relevant in my opinion as well. So appreciate your acknowledgement and your voice on that. Thanks.
Yeah, and those efforts really are at the heart of VMT reduction, which is you get infill development closer to where people work, and then they drive less. I mean, that is the point of so much of what we're doing is right in line with that, and you can get increased housing, you can get increased affordability, and you can get lower VMT. Which has significant impacts on carbon. I think to Supervisor Desmond's point about assessing that, I think it's also important to assess the ability to build any housing at all without a legally enforceable cap. Because there's certainly a cost associated to it if you have a cap. And then as we've seen over the last decade, there's the reality you're not going to build any housing if you don't have a legally enforceable cap. You have to have one. And so I think it is really viewing it in both contexts, I think, is a really important thing. We have to have one of these. This is a component and an element of what we have to do as a county. And we have to have one that is real, or else the things that get real and legally viable, or else the things that get brought before this board never come to fruition. I think I want to commend the work of Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Vice Chair Vargas working on the subcommittee on this effort. You know, the reality is our GHG emissions are not on the right track, and that's not just in San Diego County or California, that's the whole country. And, you know, we are seeing continued increases in GHG, primarily driven from the transportation sector. And everything we do to decarbonize the transportation sector, to, you know, build in the right way to transition to 100% renewable energy, all of these things are going to lessen the impacts of climate change. And I think what we're doing as a county with our CAP, with our community choice energy, with everything else we're doing is really important. But we also have to acknowledge and recognize the really significant things that are happening. I mean, in so much of what we were seeing, there's a huge story today about how even, you know, in the Amazon, it's gone from being a carbon sink to a carbon producer because of the impacts of climate change, because of drought, because of forest fires. And so those are areas where we're sliding in a negative direction. And so everything we're doing, I think, reminds us the sense of urgency we have to do this, both the urgency to address the environmental impacts of climate change and the urgency to put housing in the right place. And it's amazing if you do it in the right place, how those two can align quite beautifully. So, I'm looking forward to a lot of the smart growth alternatives that we're looking at for how we can do that. And so much of what we're doing. I think a part of this is we reconcile this. This has been an ongoing issue and not new to anyone, is the conversations around carbon offsets and, you know, what role they play. I think we need to slash our polluting first before we talk about canceling the things that we simply can't eliminate, because it's not just enough to offset the negative impacts because of the accumulation of so much over so many years. We have to do more. We also know the challenges with offset in San Diego County. We have one registered offset project in the county, one. That's the Cleveland National Forest restoration after it burned, and that is taking a long time to come to fruition. We also know that the DUDEC study from 2018, the 2021 study from EPIC, that there's a lack of opportunity in our region for offsets that can meet the state registry standards. And so I think we need to really focus on developing mitigation measures that are quantifiable, that are verifiable, that we know are real. You know, there's definitely potential for carbon sequestration, has some co-benefits when we do that. I mean, we're talking about climate adaptation, we're talking about mitigating urban heat islands effect, conserving habitat. I think there's opportunities around restoring wetlands, carbon farming, restoring our natural and working lands. But the unfortunate reality is that right now our natural and working lands are functioning as carbon sources and not carbon sinks. And so we've created horrific cycles of wildfire that don't allow our habitats to function in the way they should as a carbon sink, and as they have done for many, many years previously. So that doesn't mean that we stop looking for opportunities for carbon sequestration, but we need to focus on those quantifiable mitigation measures and what we can do there. And so I think that there's an opportunity in front of us as we do that. We also have got we've got very different housing numbers. We know what our RENA number is. We kind of know what Sandag's numbers are. A lot of those are not aligning by dates. You know, one will be for this date, one will be for that date. And given everything that we're seeing, I think we're going to have to keep working with all those regional partners to align for what is that actual number of housing units we want to build. And then that can help align everything else behind it in a way where we can try and do that in a way responsible around VMT and the corresponding GHG. Moving forward, I'm going to be interested to hear more about how we're setting up our reduction targets. We talked about, not just meeting state targets, but exceeding them. And so structuring the cap to give us some options and varieties around that. And then also seeing is it possible to, in the long run, work to align with our zero carbon targets and our regional sustainability plan and how we can set those two up so that they can come on to alignment in the future. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and again, it's that tension between all of these various things that we are seeking. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt recommendations 1 and 2 to receive this report. Second by Vice Chair Vargas. Not seeing any other comments or questions, please vote.
Just a question about the staff direction that we had asked for. Is that included in your motion?
Yeah, we can include that around the cost of it. But again, it's got to be viewed in the context of the cost to production versus the previous cap, which we lost in court over and over again. So I think we've got to view in that context. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Let me ask my colleagues real quick your preference. It is 12:30. We have 3 items left. I think the staff is prepared to power through. We can break if someone feels strongly that they need a break. Otherwise, we can just go to item 3. This is a little bit longer presentation, probably discussion, and then I think 4 and 5 will move relatively quickly. Everyone good to keep going? All right. If you need a break, we'll give you a break. All right. Agenda item 3, framework for a future developing a regional sustainability plan. Let's go to staff for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. Today we will be updating you on the January 27th Board-Directed Development of our Regional Decarbonization Framework. The global climate is changing, and we directly see and feel the effects of that change locally in our communities every day. This includes a higher frequency and intensity of extreme heat events, droughts, wildfires, storms, and sea level rise. Furthermore, a changing climate is causing immediate and long-term damage to our ecosystem, food production, health, safety, jobs, businesses, and the overall quality of life in San Diego region. What is decarbonization? Simply put, decarbonization is about reducing the gases in the atmosphere that trap this heat. In this presentation, zero carbon, decarbonization, and carbon neutrality are used interchangeably, even though they have some nuance. The goal is to achieve a balance of the carbon cycle in nature so that the planet stops warming. That is our measure of success. In addition, decarbonization has a number of co-benefits, such as improved air quality and good green jobs that we will be exploring as well. Following scientific evidence, nations and cities around the world have begun adopting the goal of reaching carbon neutrality or net zero by mid-century. Recent examples of zero carbon plans include those of Ann Arbor, New York City, Los Angeles County, and the state of Massachusetts. America's Carbon Action Plan, proposed by the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, is a similar framework for our nation. However, the County of San Diego's effort is unique in that it is a regional plan that is charting practical pathways to achieve zero carbon goals collaboratively with other local jurisdictions. One recent example of a zero carbon plan is New York City. The city's existing policies, along with those of the New York State's, reduce emissions by about 40% by mid-century. But the pathways modeled in this study, as a result of the zero carbon plan, would reduce emissions by more than 80%. These pathways account for energy use, transportation, and buildings. 3 pathways were analyzed for these sectors: an electrification pathway, a low-carbon fuels pathway, and a diversified pathway that combined both of these approaches. For example, for vehicles, an electrification pathway would be 100% battery-powered by 2050, and a low-carbon fuel pathway would include biofuels for some medium and heavy-duty vehicles. The county will be partnering with the University of California, San Diego's School of Global Policy and Strategy, or UCSD GPS, and the University of San Diego's Energy Policy Initiative Center, USD EPIC. Under the direction of the county's Land Use and Environment Group, LUGE, our regional zero-carbon effort would be based on emerging best practices from across the nation and the globe. This framework will benchmark and prescribe measures to reach both equity and zero-carbon goals for the region. It will be prepared in coordination with the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, as well as the Office of Environmental and Climate Justice, and informed by the lived experiences of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. UCSD will utilize 6 consultants with technical expertise in energy, transportation, and building systems to chart the pathways that reduce carbon. For example, they may suggest that a certain share of vehicles on the road need to be electrified by 2035. USD would then use their local policy database to analyze gaps among local policies, such as recommendations to reduce EV chargers across municipalities. This slide shows the key steps in developing the framework. The modeling of the data can provide science-based pathways that will then form the basis of policy recommendations. The implementation of these policies collectively would allow us to meet our zero-carbon goals. Now, emissions know no boundaries by jurisdiction or geography, so we are all impacted no matter where they originate. Hence, our first guiding principle is to use data on regional greenhouse gas emissions across every major sector and regionally, whether or not they are included in cities' climate action plans. We will also include other pollutants that are regulated for public health reasons, with particular emphasis on environmental justice communities and those on the front line of climate change impacts from chronically rising temperatures. As we have seen in recent events, extreme heat affects everyone. There are regional efforts underway, such as the San Diego Association of Governments and the Air Pollution Control District, but there is much more that can be done. The second guiding principle is to identify the additional role that the county can play in supporting and convening public agencies, including the port, airport, city, school district, in order to attract state and federal resources for climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. And third, we are all in this together. Our vision will be guided by input from the public, including business, labor, residents, Native American tribes, and the community. Our goal is to have a draft framework for your review and input in November this year. We plan to return for your final adoption of the framework in February. The red dotted lines on this chart are the board hearings. To support robust stakeholder engagement, we have built in opportunities for community input throughout the different stages of our work. Ultimately, the success of this framework will depend on the degree of buy-in and engagement within both the public and the private sectors in the region. Stakeholder input is organized into 2 phases. the initial phase during the preparation of the draft framework and technical reports will be focused on specific issues with input from subject matter experts and nonprofit advocates, including community, environmental, business, and labor groups. The next phase, after we release the draft framework, is intended for a broader audience and will be conducted within each supervisor's district. All input would be factored into the final report presented for your approval in February next year. The resilience of underserved communities and those at the front line of climate impact will be our focus. Regional equity outcomes can be based on geography or population. In other words, it's about who you are as well as where you live. These conditions are exacerbated by high energy costs, expensive rent, displacement, lower incomes, barriers to home ownership, substandard housing, urban heat island effects, and the lack of trees, parks, and environmental amenities. The graphic on your right is from the Equity Assessment Toolkit prepared by Race Forward for the Zero Cities project. A similar tool could be used to assess how communities in San Diego are affected by climate change. Now, there may be some confusion about how this framework differs from the Climate Action Plan, an update of which is currently underway, and you heard about it in the previous presentation. Here are some key differences. First, in terms of geography. The Climate Action Plan focuses on the unincorporated area. On the other hand, this framework covers the entire region. San Diego is in a unique position compared to other regions that the county's elected officials directly represent every part of the region. Our region is also a single metropolitan area federally, which makes it easier to apply for federal grants. Second, the County of San Diego is the agency responsible for the Climate Action Plan for the unincorporated area under the California Environmental Quality Act. In comparison, the county's role in the Zero Carbon Framework is to convene, collaborate, and network with other public agencies in order to reach zero carbon in an accelerated timeline, to think creatively rather than be constrained or limited by specific legal mandates from the state or the federal government. Third, the purpose of the Climate Action Plan is to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions associated with existing and new development in the 2011 General Plan. On the other hand, the purpose of the Zero Carbon Framework is to chart the pathways towards achieving zero carbon by 2035 across all sectors and jurisdictions in the region. It is not associated with a specific land use, transportation, or energy plan by any particular agency. However, we may utilize some of those pathways prescribed in the framework as mitigation measures in the Climate Action Plan, such as in meeting our renewable energy goals through battery storage and microgrids after further analysis by the CAP team. And finally, in terms of scope, this framework is a vision document to evaluate carbon in every form it exists in human-made and natural systems, and every form it is released into the atmosphere, and to prescribe pathways to reduce these releases. Unlike the CAP, this framework can and will factor in socioeconomic benefits, especially for underserved communities. This is also another instance where our framework is unique from most other zero carbon plans that focus only on one environmental resource. In summary, we are announcing this regional decarbonization framework to position the county as a leader on equity and climate change, and to define a collective vision for our future. We will be doing this work using the best available data and in partnership with the public and private sectors. We value your input in this effort. Today's action is only to receive an update on the framework. We will be returning to the draft with a draft in November and final adoption of the framework in February. That's when the hard work of implementing the framework will begin. I have with me today Dr. Gordon McCord from UCSD and Scott Enders from USD to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's go to our public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 8 requests to speak, individuals and 1 group presentation, 1 individual in person, 1 group in person, and 7 individuals by phone. Also note that we received 17 e-comments, 14 in favor and 1 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll start with the group presentation in favor of this item. That includes Derek Phillips, Javier Alvarado, and Calvin Barrios. You'll have 10 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask each individual to state their name for the audio record.
I think we have Al Sanchez. Maybe there was a speaker slip that was mixed up. He's supposed to be part of this one instead of Javier Alvarado. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Calvin Barrios. I am the Director of Government Affairs for Laborers Local 89, representing our business manager, Valentin R. Macedo, and our over 3,800 construction workers here in San Diego County. I'm here with some colleagues of mine from Local 89. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Derek Phillips. I'm with the Laborers, Local 89.
Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Al Sanchez. I'm with the Laborers Union, Local 89. Been there for 36 years. Thank you.
We are here today to express our strong opposition to any policy framework that may push for the decarbonization of buildings without robust outreach to the workers that are most impacted. For the record, the laborers have been at the forefront of renewable energy production in California, creating a portfolio of green energy that sets the bar for the rest of the nation. Our members have built both the traditional means of power production as well as much of the utility-scale wind, solar, hydroelectric, pump storage, and geothermal projects across the state. Nearly 20% of Local 89 members work in the utility and energy sector in the greater San Diego area. These are good-paying jobs that lift families out of poverty and into the middle class. It is important that we are part of any discussion that seeks to shut down an entire industry and leaves a trail of unemployment in its wake. Any talk of a just transition must include the assurance that there are going to be good-paying construction jobs available to our members displaced working families before these type of draconian energy policies are hastily adopted. Without creating new viable forms of baseload power production and embracing new technologies, the proposed or a potential proposed natural gas ban would only further strain an already overburdened electrical grid, which will place a corresponding risk on every San Diegan and will drive up the cost for struggling working families. Just last week, the heat wave that moved through the western states sent power demand surging to such extreme levels that the Cal ISO warned of possible statewide blackouts. This power surge, coupled with drought, leaves less water in hydropower reserves. It threatens to shut down electrical power for residents and businesses throughout California. If San Diego County residents need any further proof of the threat that our underpowered grid poses, they only need to look to Texas. In Texas, experts estimated the cost of its recent grid failures to be more than $300 billion. Beyond the economic toll, dozens of Texans died because of the likely avoidable failure of their power system. Unfortunately, like Texas, we are in no position to be creating incentives and demands to reduce baseload power without a corresponding increase in stable energy production. Any proposed ban on natural gas ignores the current strain on our state's electrical grid and further politicizes efforts to limit baseload power available through California without any attempt to add new forms of power into the portfolio or make allowances for innovation in power production and carbon capture technologies. In addition, the cost of appliance switching and higher electrical bill will fall disproportionately on low and moderate income residents at a time where they can least afford it. The point is reinforced by a 2018 CPUC report that found care customers use more natural gas for their energy needs than non-care customers because it's a more affordable means of power. San Diegans can achieve immediate greenhouse gas reductions and meet its greenhouse gas reduction goals by working to identify new technologies and studying the benefits of deploying new renewable fuel through existing pipeline infrastructure. This preserves the use of gas appliances and provides good-paying jobs through the development of renewable gas projects, interconnections, and transportation. These jobs help provide the just transition for those in traditional fossil fuel industries. For these reasons, we ask you to push back on these efforts and engage the industries that are most affected and the workers that are most impacted. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individual in opposition to this item. I'd like to invite forward Audra Morgan. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Audra Morgan, thank you. So as far as solar and wind, say, would go, I mean, those are dependent upon the sun or the wind to work. So what happens, like in Texas, when they had a windstorm and had no power? There's, you know, the Tesla coil too. I mean, that's something that produces endless energy. It's an infinity loop, and it's like the toroidal field of the Earth. And you don't even have to plug things in. It would just be sending out power. It wouldn't be dependent upon anything. And one thing that's concerning is that nitrogen actually filters carbon, and through photosynthesis, it turns into oxygen. And so if we have less carbon, the nitrogen degrades, and we breathe in nitrogen. And it's like 70% nitrogen is what we breathe in. So if there's less nitrogen because there's less carbon, I mean, are we going to have less air to breathe? I don't know. I mean, and I like, Ms. Vargas, how you were talking about planting trees. I think that's really important. So can that be something that when you're building homes that you do planting of other things that will compensate for kind of taking the land? So those are some things that I was wondering. So thanks.
We'll now hear from those who requested to speak by phone. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your line. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record, and I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 4109. 4109, please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Bay. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. I'm here today to provide clarifying facts to the record in regards to climate planning efforts in local agriculture. My comments apply to all plans being currently proposed to address the climate crisis. On the highest level, our approach to addressing the climate crisis is lacking common sense. On multiple occasions, I've been told that planting trees is too complicated in the effort to solve the climate crisis. As a reminder, plants convert carbon dioxide to oxygen, and humans need oxygen to breathe. Plants also provide food, which humans also need to survive. Additionally, the current modeling regarding the agricultural sector is problematic. Agriculture is not open space, nor should it be bundled into the same sector as open space within any long-term range planning document. Agriculture is not a natural landscape. It is a working landscape. Without a farmer, there is no farmland. Without a viable economic environment, agriculture will not exist. Agriculture is not a right. It is a profession individuals complete to provide for their families. Beyond the incorrect bundling of this land use, over 100,000 acres of agricultural lands are missing in all local climate modeling. Beyond that data flaw, the existing baseline data is also inaccurate. Simply by existing agricultural land sequester carbon. The baseline conditions of the land should be inputted with credit given to the application of agriculture on top. We cannot base our modeling on the concept that agriculture will persist in the future, especially given our current trend of a 20% loss of production lands in San Diego County every 10 years. We need to model agricultural land as vacant or barren and then credit the operations for simply existing, which is a benefit to not only the environment through carbon sequestration, but also feeding humanity. If the modeling was accurate, agriculture would likely be credited as a carbon sink, not a source. Solving the climate crisis should not be this complicated. Planting trees should not be complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1675. 1675, please press *6 to unmute. 1675.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Joyce Lane, and I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. I want to thank you for your leadership in charting a path to a zero carbon region by 2035. This commitment is an important precedent for other local governments. As you move forward with the details, we also have some recommendations. And the regional effort is necessary to bring together cities, special districts, businesses, and industry to address our climate crisis. We support the county's proposed work plan and schedule for development of the regional sustainability plan and decarbonization framework. We believe that the proposed guiding principles, a data-driven approach, regional collaboration, and stakeholder input will provide a sound foundation for the regional development plan framework. We support the emphasis on equity in the design, implementation, and evaluation of regional climate policies and actions. And we appreciate the proposed outreach to environmental justice communities, as these areas have disproportionately borne the impact of pollution. We support an equitable and just transition to decarbonization. Policymakers need to be cognizant of the consequences of their policy decisions on jobs, as well as the impacts to communities of concern. Any policy or action that will result in the loss of jobs should include programs to support and retrain workers for good jobs in expanding sectors of the decarbonizing economy. Also, since transportation is the sector with the largest amount of greenhouse gas emissions, vehicle miles traveled by drivers must be drastically reduced in our region to meet the ambitious climate targets required to decarbonize transportation. Excuse me. Sandag is currently drafting the regional transportation plan for the next 30 years, which proposes to build a 21st century public transit system. Therefore, you should consider how to catalyze the massive cultural shift that is necessary.
Our next speaker is 4529. 4529, please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Brenda Garcia Millan, and I'm calling on behalf of Climate Action Campaign. We'd like to thank you for taking the initiative to develop a regional decarbonization framework that will help San Diego reach a carbon-free economy. San Diego's climate is changing fast, threatening our quality of life and economic prosperity. Over the last few months, we at Climate Action Campaign have been conducting research on climate adaptation and resilience, and we would like to give you a couple of recommendations. First of all, we recommend that you create a strong implementation plan that prioritizes key projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2035 or sooner. Second, we really like to see this decarbonization framework being used as a tool to reduce social and economic inequalities. San Diego's ability to confront climate change will depend on whether or not we are able to improve the lives of our communities, particularly our communities of concern, those that have been historically discriminated against and neglected. That being said, we strongly support the board in making an ambitious plan that enforces a just transition mechanism that doesn't leave any community and any working behind in this transition to a clean energy economy. Thank you so much for your time. We look forward to collaborating with you as you develop this plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1102. 1102, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Toshi Ishihara. I live in Rancho Penasquito. Also, I volunteer with San Diego 350. I submitted my e-comment this morning, but I mistakenly hit oppose. So I want to let you know that actually I strongly support the framework effort put forward today. Climate change is causing major damages such as wildfires, droughts, and coastal erosion, and impacting many aspects of our life. Transportation accounts for half of the greenhouse gas emissions in this region. Decarbonization of transportation and further development of convenient, affordable transit will help reach the greenhouse gas reduction goal. In addition, any uses of fossil fuel, including natural gas, in our houses and commercial and industrial buildings must reduce to zero as soon as possible. Also, the framework must prioritize equity, especially for environmental justice and low-income communities. The people, groups, and the corporate and climate deniers that prioritize profits over our future are trying to undermine our climate fight. Please don't listen to them. And please make sure that this region, not only unincorporated areas, but also all cities will have coherent, actionable, result-oriented climate plans that are aligned with the framework. Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who called in. I'll start first with my colleagues. We'll go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, and I want to just say thank you again to county staff for the update. I think the 3 guiding principles that are being used for our regional sustainability plan will provide an actual roadmap for our future actions. And as this report gets developed, I want to emphasize that good paying green jobs are an essential component of sustainability for our community members most impacted by environmental injustices. So I'm hoping that we can direct staff to prepare a comprehensive good green jobs plan in partnership with our community colleges and universities, workforce development providers, philanthropies, labor unions, and the business community, and that the plan should protect the local opportunities available in the green economy, the skills and training required for such jobs, and recommend career pathways such as apprenticeships, especially for our low-income frontline communities. I think this is going to allow us for a just transition for unions and workers with thriving wages. And additionally, I think we need a one-stop user-friendly regional data portal on equity and climate impacts such as the urban heat island effect and black carbon as well. So communities impacted by climate change often have substandard and unaffordable housing as well as concentrations of poverty and toxic pollution. And so to begin to correct this pattern, I want to echo what Murtaza said about really making sure that we are concurrently preparing a regional equity framework. So hopefully, the staff will be able to move forward with that. And that will have regional equity indicators as well as environmental indicators that we will be able to monitor as we're moving forward. And I do believe that this framework will help us plan for the resilience of our underserved communities from the impacts of climate change and prioritizing the infrastructure program and service needs. And so with that, I guess I will make a motion to support.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas. I'm happy to second. Let's go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. So as I mentioned during item 2, I would like to thank my colleagues who earlier this year joined Vice Chair Vargas and myself in voting to make San Diego County the first region in the United States to commit to zero carbon emissions by 2035. A complete decarbonization of the region would not only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it would also impact equity, health, and improve our local air quality and economy. This regional sustainability plan will give us a roadmap to get there. As my colleagues recall, a regional approach to climate action would establish a framework to reach the goal of zero carbon across the county as quickly as possible, achieving far greater greenhouse gas reductions than the county could possibly achieve on our own. The goal is for the plan to incorporate strategies tailored to the region to achieve zero carbon in key sectors, including energy, transportation, and land use. The goal is also a just transition, a transition that protects workers and that focuses on good jobs for working families, a framework that protects the people that make our local economy function. So I want to thank you for the update. I also want to thank staff and council for going above and beyond to finalize the contract with UCSD. I'm very excited for UCSD's School of Global Policy and Strategy, as well as USD's Energy Policy Initiatives Center, and all of the incredible subcontractors and staff and researchers and experts and scientists to get to work bringing their vast knowledge and deep expertise to support our region. The need for this initiative has never been more urgent, from the historically unprecedented heat waves and droughts gripping the North American West to the mass coastal wildlife die-offs in the Pacific. It's clear that this roadmap for regional collaboration is vital. The sustainability plan can guide not only our regional decarbonization strategy, but foster a closer working relationship between thought leaders, experts, and global entrepreneurs at the county, UCSD, and USD. I'm eager to lend whatever help I can to help lead these efforts to continue driving forward this initiative. So thank you again, and I'd be happy to support this motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. So we've got a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer, to receive, report, and update. I appreciate all the work that's going into this. We know how essential it is. We've talked multiple times on multiple different items today, and a lot of these things all intersect and come forward together. I do think that the regionality, one of the challenges, not challenges, one of the unique structures of American government in general is how dispersed it is, how many different entities do things, and that's certainly a good structure and has a lot of positive outcomes. It makes it very hard to align regionally, the number of entities that all have to on their own decide that they want to buy into that. And so I think this is a noble effort to really look at regional decarbonization framework. And just want to support the comments Vice Chair Vargas made around the workforce issues. I mean, we've had real issues in that, if you have a good job in a not a bad industry, but maybe a good job in an industry that isn't producing carbon emissions the level you want, and you create a better job from a carbon standpoint, but it's a worse job from an economic standpoint, that's not advancing us through the goals that we need to advance to, because it's not just environmental justice, there's issues of economic justice and preserving the middle class. And so really thinking about, how we make that transition in a way that ensures not only a good economy, but good jobs is doable, and it's gonna be vital to the efforts we're doing. So I'm excited to see the continued progress on this in the work, and I look forward to future updates. With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Just clarify for the record, that includes both staff recommendations in the item.
That's right.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, we're going to move to agenda item 4, promoting boutique and small wineries throughout the county, an item brought forward by Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Desmond, we'll turn it to you if you have any introductory comments you wish to make.
Thank you very much. In the last couple of years, I've received multiple requests from the farming community and property owners to expand our tiered winery ordinance to allow more zones throughout the county to benefit from the streamlined process. Currently, only agricultural zoned properties benefit from the streamlined winery ordinance, which allows boutique wineries to be established if specific criteria are met. And the small wineries to open with approval right now with only an administrative permit. Other zones, such as rural residential, currently must process an expensive major use permit to establish a tasting room. So the wineries are an important component to San Diego County's agricultural economy, with approximately $37 million in gross sales last year and employing approximately 720 individuals. Today's action directs staff to investigate the feasibility to provide options for implementation for more zones to take advantage of the streamlined process. I'd like to make a motion to approve with a small amendment to number 2 on the recommendations. It refers this item to fiscal year 22-23 budget. Just like to add the words refer to fiscal year 22-23 budget or earlier if funding becomes available. So I'll make a motion with that amendment for item 4.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond to approve the recommendations, adding the words or earlier if feasible after fiscal year 22-23 to recommendation number 2.
If funding comes available.
If funding becomes available, yeah.
Okay.
Seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Let's go to our public speakers, then we'll come back to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We had one request to speak by phone on this item. Also note for the record that we received 8 e-comments, all in favor. And if we could please identify the caller.
Our caller is 4109. 4109. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Hannah Bay, Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. I just want to thank Supervisor Desmond for bringing this to the board today, and I'd also like to thank the supervisors for entertaining a common sense solution to a real agricultural issue that our community is facing. We have individuals that are growing vineyards, and they are not able to afford that MUP permit, and this is a great solution to maintain the rural agricultural community in the backcountry areas that we all know and love. So on behalf of the San Diego County Farm Bureau, we are requesting that you vote yes on this item, and we thank the supervisors for entertaining proposals like this, which will help maintain the long-term economic viability of our agricultural industry. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item, Chair Fletcher.
Thank you. We'll go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, and thank you, Supervisor Dresser, for bringing this forward. I did want to ask you for one thing. The board letter states that through the expansion, the ordinance will promote diversity and inclusion. And I was hoping that as part of the process, that during the feasibility analysis, we also identify what metrics will be used to ensure progress with diversity and inclusion, and that we get an update on this when staff returns to the board with the update. Thank you.
Sure. I'm also very pleased to support this. I think the local winery industry is one that I'd love to support fostering beyond just my own patronage. So this is a wonderful opportunity to do so. So I think one thing I'd like to comment for staff. I would be very interested to ensure that we're looking to minimize our impact on water consumption and exploring how we can move towards gray water and wastewater reuse. So I think the question really is for Sarah, what would be an appropriate way to ensure that that's an issue that's looked at as we move this forward?
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. We can bring that back within the 180 days to provide some of the options for purposes of, because once we move forward with the feasibility, there will be the environmental review, all of those facets, and that can be incorporated in that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think it's an important issue. We need both wine and water, so.
Can't have one without the other.
You can turn one into the other, but it's a topic for another day. All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Anderson, with the noted change in number 2 and Vice Chair Vargas' suggestions. Not seeing any comments or questions, please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Final item of the day is item 5, adopt a resolution designating official signatories for Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain management and grant programs. Why don't we hear from our public speakers? Do you have any initial comments, brief comments you'd like to make?
Chair Fletcher, thank you. This is just providing us with the opportunity to go after federal grant funds in order for us to move forward with infrastructure projects to protect our communities from flooding. And then it also provides us with the opportunity to decrease flood insurance premiums for our residents in the unincorporated communities as well. We do not have a presentation on this item.
Perfect. Avoiding flooding is a good thing. Let's hear from our public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I'd like to invite forward Audra Morgan. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Audra Morgan. So about FEMA, I guess that's just one thing that's a little concerning because they're funneling money from fire into FEMA, and then FEMA's funneling money into other entities. So there's just a lot of money going around, but FEMA's becoming more relevant in our lives, and it's a concern that possibly HHS could be weaponized to bring FEMA into the county. And so just the more we see FEMA, I don't know, it's just a concern because of what they can do. And what I just wonder is, I mean, how much flooding is there to need FEMA? I mean, we're more in a drought. It's like, I get there's some, I wouldn't even call them monsoons, but we don't live in Florida or a place where there's real flooding and a dire need for it. So just all this money being spent with FEMA and what they're doing is a little bit concerning to the public. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yes, certainly thank you for your work on this. Just want to comment briefly that this infrastructure, chasing this money is very important, but we absolutely need to increase our focus on investments in our stormwater infrastructure, because if we don't do that, we will continue to have flooding, and the flooding will continue to lead to bacteria and carcinogens in our oceans and in our streams and in our riverways. So thank you very much for this work. Happy to support this, but also going to be looking forward to being much more aggressive on investments in treating stormwater this coming year. So thanks again.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations, both those as the Board of Supervisors and the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Is there a second? Second. Motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Not seeing any comments or questions, please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
And that concludes the business before the board today. We have no adjournments in memory. With that, we stand adjourned.
The next regular meeting of the board will take place on Tuesday, August 17th, 2021.